hurdles. And one of such biggest hurdle is the COVID-19 pandemic that has been going on for 2 years. As the pandemic progresses, we developed an indicator to monitor the current economic developments among the people, namely Mandiri Spending Index, or MSI, by gathering and analyzing high-frequency data related to people spending. Monitoring the people's spending is crucial, as more than half of Indonesia's economy is on the back of the people's consumption. Observing the spending dynamics through Mandiri Spending Index also gives us perspective about the different paces of economic recovery between regions. Equipped with our various and comprehensive economic research, we keep endeavoring to contribute to various stakeholders, the people, the businesses, and the government, to unlock Indonesia's potentials by creating significant value and real impacts for stakeholders, as always embedded in every Mandirian spirit to keep striving for prospering the country.
What is our future going to look like? Are we part of it? Are we part of the change that is going to lead us to efficiency and free us from all the obstacles? For any possibilities in the future, Mandiri is here for you. By transforming into digital banking to offer you more comprehensive services, we present you Live by Mandiri. Super apps with complete banking services all in your hand that make your transactions faster and easier. We are integrated, so we can offer you services at any time and anywhere. We didn't stop here. Mandiri presents you Copra by Mandiri. A super platform that can fill your business needs with one access. We are ready to help you make sure of your business growth and financial management with a reliable platform. We see your needs to get connected and hold the control. Copra and Live is our innovation for the nation to bring you to the future of digital banking. Now it's your time to transform with Mandiri.
After the unprecedented contraction due to the pandemic, the global economy has been on firmer footing, and the recovery path shall continue moving forward. 2022 will be the year of optimism and opportunity, unleashing the potential for businesses and investments to thrive. The worst is over for Indonesia's economy, as the country has managed to overcome the second COVID-19 wave surge, along with accelerating vaccinations. The most recent economic indicators suggest Indonesia to catch up on growth. The consumer spending engine has returned to high gear, and the manufacturing activity is enjoying a revival. Investment is expected to keep rising amid these improving economic prospects, promising lucrative and competitive returns. The government is pledged to continue to spur growth in 2022 through the economic reforms. Fiscal policy remains upholding economic recovery, and fiscal consolidation agenda will be carried out in comprehensive and measurable manner. Bank Indonesia commits to direct monetary stance to safeguard financial system stability and make the most of macro-prudential instruments to keep fostering the upbeat economic outlook. To promote more sustainable growth, Indonesia pledges to speed up digitalization and reduce the carbon contents of its economy. Creating favorable digital ecosystem will allow digital economy to advance, increasing Indonesia's connectivity, competitiveness, and growth. Accelerating the move towards ESG will also open vast potentials from fairer and greener economy. Those attempts, along with Indonesia's strategic position as the G20 presidency, will provide remarkable investment opportunities for those who are ready to seize the promise upon Indonesia's future economy. 2022 Mandiri Investment Forum, co-hosted by Bank Mandiri and Mandiri Securitas, and supported by the Ministry of Investment, aims to comprehend economic and business strategies amid Indonesia's accelerating recovery cycle. The forum will emphasize on the strategies to balance stability and growth through economic reforms, and the prospects of digitalization and ESG in attaining sustainable growth. The forum will prepare Indonesia for recapturing the growth momentum. True to our vision, to be your preferred financial partner, Bank Mandiri, as one of Indonesia's foremost financial institutions, is always present with various financial products and services from end to end. We seamlessly integrate our financial products and services into our customers' lives by delivering simple, fast digital banking solutions present among people and partnering with businesses, from large corporations to small and micro enterprises throughout Indonesia and abroad, and always ready to support the government's policies, programs, and agendas. From the very beginning, Bank Mandiri has given research and innovation an essential role in materializing its vision. With a strong commitment to research, Bank Mandiri's research group, or more widely known as the Office of Chief Economist Group, is currently the biggest economic research group in Indonesia's banking industry. In this group, we have a comprehensive research scope in economics, finances, industries, regionals, and other strategic issues. Our macroeconomy reviews have given comprehensive insights regarding the latest national and global economic developments and their future directions. And as part of Bank Mandiri's commitment to supporting the national economic development, we also conduct thorough reviews on all the industries to support business decision-making concerning the financing of various economic sectors, and monitor the regional development and potentials throughout Indonesia via our sectoral and regional research. To contribute further and have even more positive impact on the nation, Bank Mandiri has established the Mandiri Institute, which is part of Bank Mandiri's research group. Over time, we keep innovating our research to meet various challenges and hurdles. And one of such biggest hurdle is the COVID-19 pandemic that has been going on for 2 years. As the pandemic progresses, we developed an indicator to monitor the current economic developments among the people, namely Mandiri Spending Index, or MSI, by gathering and analyzing high-frequency data related to people spending. Monitoring the people's spending is crucial, as more than half of Indonesia's economy is on the back of the people's consumption. Observing the spending dynamics through Mandiri Spending Index also gives us perspective about the different paces of economic recovery between regions. Equipped with our various and comprehensive economic research, we keep endeavoring to contribute to various stakeholders, the people, the businesses, and the government, to unlock Indonesia's potentials by creating significant value and real impacts for stakeholders, as always embedded in every Mandirian spirit to keep striving for prospering the country.
What is our future going to look like? Are we part of it? Are we part of the change that is going to lead us to efficiency and free us from all the obstacles? For any possibilities in the future, Mandiri is here for you. By transforming into digital banking to offer you more comprehensive services, we present you Livin by Mandiri. Super apps with complete banking services all in your hand that make your transactions faster and easier. We are integrated, so we can offer you services at any time and anywhere. We didn't stop here. Mandiri presents you Cobra by Mandiri. A super platform that can fill your business needs with one access. We are ready to help you make sure of your business growth and financial management with a reliable platform. We see your needs to get connected and hold the control. Copra and Livin is our innovation for the nation to bring you to the future of digital banking. Now it's your time to transform with Mandiri.
After the unprecedented contraction due to the pandemic, the global economy has been on firmer footing, and the recovery path shall continue moving forward. 2022 will be the year of optimism and opportunity, unleashing the potential for businesses and investments to thrive. The worst is over for Indonesia's economy, as the country has managed to overcome the second COVID-19 wave surge, along with accelerating vaccinations. The most recent economic indicators suggest Indonesia to catch up on growth. The consumer spending engine has returned to high gear, and the manufacturing activity is enjoying a revival. Investment is expected to keep rising amid these improving economic prospects, promising lucrative and competitive returns. The government has pledged to continue to spur growth in 2022 through the economic reforms. Fiscal policy remains upholding economic recovery, and fiscal consolidation agenda will be carried out in comprehensive and measurable manner. Bank Indonesia commits to direct monetary stance to safeguard financial system stability and make the most of macro-prudential instruments to keep fostering the upbeat economic outlook. To promote more sustainable growth, Indonesia pledges to speed up digitalization and reduce the carbon contents of its economy. Creating favorable digital ecosystem will allow digital economy to advance, increasing Indonesia's connectivity, competitiveness, and growth. Accelerating the move towards ESG will also open vast potentials from fairer and greener economy. Those attempts, along with Indonesia's strategic position as the G20 presidency, will provide remarkable investment opportunities for those who are ready to seize the promise upon Indonesia's future economy. The 2022 Mandiri Investment Forum, co-hosted by Bank Mandiri and Mandiri Securitas, and supported by the Ministry of Investment, aims to comprehend economic and business strategies amid Indonesia's accelerating recovery cycle. The forum will emphasize on the strategies to balance stability and growth through economic reforms, and the prospects of digitalization and ESG in attaining sustainable growth. prepare Indonesia for recapturing the growth momentum. True to our vision, to be your preferred financial partner, Bank Mandiri, as one of Indonesia's foremost financial institutions, is always present with various financial products and services from end to end. We seamlessly integrate our financial products and services into our customers' lives by delivering simple, fast digital banking solutions, present among people and partnering with businesses, from large corporations to small and micro enterprises throughout Indonesia and abroad, and always ready to support the government's policies, programs, and agendas. From the very beginning, Bank Mandiri has given research and innovation an essential role in materializing its vision. With a strong commitment to research, Bank Mandiri's Research Group, or more widely known as the Office of Chief Economist Group, is currently the biggest economic research group in Indonesia's banking industry. In this group, we have a comprehensive research scope in economics, finances, industries, regionals, and other strategic issues. Our macroeconomy reviews have given comprehensive insights regarding the latest national and global economic developments and their future directions. And as part of Bank Mandiri's commitment to supporting the national economic development, we also conduct thorough reviews on all the industries to support business decision-making concerning the financing of various economic sectors, and monitor the regional development and potentials throughout Indonesia via our sectoral and regional research. To contribute further and have even more positive impact on the nation, Bank Mandiri has established the Mandiri Institute, which is part of Bank Mandiri's research group. Over time, we keep innovating our research to meet various challenges and hurdles. And one of such biggest hurdle is the COVID-19 pandemic that has been going on for 2 years. As the pandemic progresses, we developed an indicator to monitor the current economic developments among the people, namely Mandiri Spending Index, or MSI, by gathering and analyzing high-frequency data related to people's spending. Monitoring the people's spending is crucial, as more than half of Indonesia's economy is on the back of the people's consumption. Observing the spending dynamics through Mandiri Spending Index also gives us perspective about the different paces of economic recovery between regions. Equipped with our various and comprehensive economic research, we keep endeavoring to contribute to various stakeholders, the people.
Our distinguished guests to enter the ballroom as the event will start in a few minutes. Following of the health protocol procedures set by Indonesian government, please sit in your designated seat during the event. And before starting our event, we expect all the audience to turn the mobile phone on silent. Thank you for your attention. warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us on today's main event, Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 Industry for Tomorrow. Please be advised that our event has followed COVID-19 health protocols. And in regards to the limited space, we are conducting a hybrid event. And before starting our event, we expect that all the audience to turn the mobile phone on silent. Now we request the audience to rise for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. All the audience may sit it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? We hope that everyone here is healthy and then on good conditions and full of spirit. We would like to welcome you once more for making time to attend today's event, Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 Industry for Tomorrow. And I'm Cintari Kartika. I will be your host for today's event. Before we move further, allow me to extend a warm welcome to our guests of honor, speakers and hosts, Mrs. Desri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor Bank Indonesia, Mr. Igede Nyoman Yetna, Director of Listing of Indonesia Stock Exchange, Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, President Director of Bank Mandiri, Mrs. Alexandra Askandar, Vice President Director of Bank Mandiri, Mr. Panji Irawan, Director of Treasury and International Banking, Bank Mandiri, Mr. Ahmad Siddiq Badruddin, Director of Risk Management, Bank Mandiri, Mr. Sigit Prastowo, Director of Finance, Bank Mandiri, Mr. Hartadi Sarwono, Chairman of Mandiri Institute, and Professor Muhammad Ihsan, Advisory Board of Mandiri Institute. Also, we would like to extend our warm welcome to everyone who are joining this event virtually. And of course, once again, to all of you, our distinguished guests who are here with us on site, all financial practitioners, professionals, and academia, and last but not least, to everyone present here with us at the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, today not only we will listen to insight from remarkable keynote speakers, but also continue with the follow-up discussions from speakers that are highly competent in their fields. Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 is aimed at providing venue for investors, businesses, and other stakeholders to listen to recent trends on ESG, both at global and national level and among business leaders and policymakers. Today's event, Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 Industry for Tomorrow, is the first ESG forum being hosted by Bank Mandiri Group as a part of our continuous commitment to increase the awareness and the importance of ESG implementation, particularly in banking and financial industry in Indonesia. Today's forum will also focus on the future direction of ESG investing. It will elaborate on how ESG remains relevant and important, particularly as the geopolitical tension is over. At the same time, we will also launch the research report on ESG practice in Indonesia, drawing from the research conducted by Mandiri Institute by collecting evidence on views regarding ESG from fund managers, retail investors, and corporates in Indonesia. This research report is also the first systematic effort to comprehensively collect evidence on ESG practice in Indonesia. So, without further ado, to kick off the Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 today, it is a pleasure for me to invite Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, President Director of Bank Mandiri, to the stage to deliver his welcoming remarks. Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a special guest this morning. I'd like to greet Ibu Destri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia. Also, Bapak I Gede Nyoman Yetna from Indonesian Stock Exchange. And also my fellow Board of Directors of Bank Mandiri, and all excellencies and distinguished guests who attend in this room and also join virtually. It is such an honor for me and also for Bank Mandiri to have you all in this Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 Industry for Tomorrow. I wish to thank to Ibu Destri, Senior Deputy Governor Bank Indonesia, for taking the time to present the keynote address at this event. I would also like to thank Bapak I Gede Yetna for the opportunities of close collaboration between Mandiri Institute and IDX, and also for giving the opening speech at this event. This year marks the inaugural Mandiri Sustainability Forum. This forum is aimed at providing a venue for investors, businesses, and other stakeholders to hear about recent trends in ESG, both at the global and national level. Bank Mandiri is taking seriously the implementation of ESG aspects to support a growing sustainable business and be a key part of Indonesia's green economy. The agenda of the first Mandiri Sustainability Forum will focus on the future direction of sustainable and responsible investing. We invite global and national experts to discuss how we can leverage environmental, social, and governance to achieve sustainable growth for our future businesses, while also making the earth a better place to live for the next generation. This forum gives us an opportunity to share research that was conducted by our research team at Mandiri Institute on ESG implementation in Indonesia. We hope that our systematic research and the evidence we collected can give us a better perspective on the extent to which businesses, investors, and fund managers view ESG. From the findings, we do hope that we can also understand room for improvements. The COVID-19 pandemic has opened our eyes to the scale of global catastrophe. While we see now that the pandemic has subsided, risks that could affect global society may occur again in the future. A recent report from the World Economic Forum in 2022 identified that climate change, biodiversity loss, social cohesion, and livelihood crisis would be the most critical risk over the next 10 years. Multilateral institutions such as the United Nations have warned countries across the globe to make significant efforts and actions to avoid social and economic damage resulting from global warming. There are certainly challenges for fulfilling our commitment to net zero emissions. If we could reflect, the current green ecosystem is not mature yet. For example, in renewable energy and electric vehicles, our renewable energy technologies are also considered less efficient. For example, solar and wind power plants are still less efficient and highly dependent on weather compared to fossil fuels. On the financing side, financing renewable energy would require long-term financing that is relatively risky amid competitive pricing. In addition, uncertain macroeconomic factors, such as the global economic slowdown, increased geopolitical tension, and policy normalization in the developed countries, would also have an impact on the appetite for sustainable investing. As we all know, the COP26 meeting in Glasgow last year urged governments around the world to renew their commitments to reduce emissions and maintain the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. In September 2022, Indonesia submitted its enhanced nationally determined contribution NDC to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 31.89% unconditionally and by 43.2% with international support by 2030. Indonesia's government has also established a long-term roadmap to achieve NDC and NZE targets in 2030 and 2060. In line with the roadmap, we predict seeing more ESG-related issuances and instruments in the future to match and increase ESG and sustainable financing and assets. The reason is that our large green finances need significant resources. Based on the latest data, to achieve our NDC target by 2030, Indonesia will need around 281 billion US dollar, or approximately 266.3 trillion rupiah annually. Of that amount, around 37.9 trillion rupiah comes from the state budget. This shows a large gap in the financing, but on the other hand, it offers big opportunities, especially for the private sector. In the global financial sector, we have seen a significant effort to allocate financial resources to address sustainable issues. If we look at the current trend in ESG bonds as the proxy of resources and capital mobilization, we see a significant increase in the number of issuances. As of 2021, the issuance of global ESG-related bonds amounted to 929.7 billion US dollar, or more than double the issuance in 2019 of 358 billion US dollar, which reflected the increase in concern over ESG issues from the financial sectors around the world. In Indonesia, the total of sustainable financing and assets by Indonesian banks in March 2022 reached 809.75 trillion rupiah, or around 55.9 billion US dollar. This amount is equivalent to 13.8% of total credit in Indonesia. More specifically, Indonesia ESG-related bonds have reached $9.6 billion US dollar, or about 2.37% of total Indonesia financing. This reflects financial institutions' commitment to support Indonesia's climate change agenda and to help achieve Indonesia's sustainable development goals. In general, would like to also update from Mandiri side. Bank Mandiri is on track and very much aligned with the banking regulation on sustainable practice under POJK 51/2017, which covers sustainable financial products and services, human resources, and corporate governance. We contribute to Indonesia's sustainable financing ecosystem by allocating approximately 221 trillion rupiah, or nearly a quarter of our credits portfolio, to sustainable sectors ranging from corporate to micro segments. Our green financing accounts for approximately 101 trillion rupiah, or 11.1% of our loan portfolio, which has grown by 24.6% year-on-year. In addition, some of our sustainable financial products and services are the sustainable bonds, which we issued last year, with 54% of them allocated to financing social projects, electric vehicle financing for retail customers, and sustainable loans. We also continuously educate our clients through workshops and group discussion forums. Our digital initiatives, for example, 241 smart branches that were launched in July 2022, which also integrated with Livin and Kopra, have reduced the number of customers going to brick-and-mortar bank branches. This contributes to lower carbon footprints and emissions coming from traffic. In addition, we are strengthening our data privacy and security framework in order to provide society with a secure and seamless digital banking experience. For the social aspect, we also participated in several corporate social responsibility programs, along with loan disbursement through our financial inclusion channel, such as agent banking and P2P lenders. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do is not just to fulfill our NDC or NNZ commitments, but the main purpose is to make this world a better place to live in the future. Financial institutions, governments, related stakeholders, and other real sectors need to work together into the same direction. Regulators and government need to provide guidelines and specific incentives which align with global best practices on frameworks, reporting, and other standards of sustainable finance practice in order to encourage affordable green financing or sustainability-linked initiatives from financial institutions and brown to green project transition from real sectors. For example, is relaxing regulations on risk-weighted asset on green portfolio, particularly on long tenor and renewable energy. We also view that developing awareness program to improve our understanding on ESG is important. The research of Mandiri Institute on fund managers showed that 61% of fund managers find understanding ESG as a challenge. Among corporates, 60% of them face difficulties in selecting ESG criteria and metrics that they are going to implement. This is the very reason why today's forum, we will hear to the future of trends of ESG metrics and standards. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to convey my gratitude to all parties that have been involved and are supporting us. I would also like to extend my special appreciation to the Indonesian Stock Exchange for supporting us in conducting research on ESG. Finally, I feel honored to welcome you all once again to our forum and wish you a most fruitful day with interesting and stimulating discussions as well as an exchange of knowledge so that we can together envisage the future of Indonesia's economy, particularly the green economy. I would also like to emphasize that Bank Mandiri Group will always contribute to and support a better Indonesia by providing greater opportunities, better information, and excellent financial services for your business. Thank you and have a fruitful discussion today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Darmawan Junaidi. And now, we also would like to welcome our honorable guest, Mr. Igede Nyoman Yetna, Director of Listing of Indonesia Stock Exchange, to deliver an opening speech on stage. Mr. Igede Nyoman Yetna, the time is yours.
Ibu Destri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor dari Bank Indonesia, Mr. Henry Rialdi, Department Head of Integrated Financial Services Sectors and Supervision and Policy OJK, Pak Darmawan Junaidi, President Director of PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk, honorable speakers, and all participants from listed companies, investor, and stakeholder. Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of IDX, I would like to thank to PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk and Mandiri Institute to host this event to discuss ESG trend, implementation, as well as result from the ESG survey that was also supported by IDX. Our presence in this event shows that we support not only the development, but also the implementation of ESG in Indonesia business player and the alignment of the ESG aspect into business operation. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there is a global mega trend that influences and attracts people to support the net zero initiative. It encourages all businesses and human activities to minimize the production of emission in order to maintain the increased global temperature with maximum of 1.5 degrees. On the right part of the slide, there is an increasing demand for ESG investing, both from global and domestic investors. There are shifting investment policies, especially for institutional investors, to allocate more their investment to projects that support ESG in order to reinforce the net zero initiative. On left side shows that those conditions urge the government as well as regulator to accommodate and accelerate the implementation of ESG in Indonesia. As we can see, the government of Indonesia has ratified Paris Agreement and has also submitted its commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 29% below business as usual emission level and conditional target with international support of 41% by 2030. The government of Indonesia will also implement a carbon pricing policy in the form of carbon cap and trade, as well as carbon tax scheme in 2025. This policy will set an upper limit on carbon emission in certain sectors and introduce a trade and carbon tax scheme as well. Moreover, in financial sector, OJK commits to promote sustainable action by issuing the first one, Sustainable Finance Roadmap, Part 1 and Part 2, Regulation number 51 in 2017 for financial services company, issuer, and public companies to implement sustainable finance and report the activities through sustainable report. These regulations are becoming what we call the game changer in Indonesian capital market to accelerate the implementation of ESG among the business players. OJK also issued Green Taxonomy 1.0 in 2022 as a guidance for the financial industry. Moreover, IDX also has a strong commitment to promote sustainable finance by the first one, building partnership in increasing listed companies' awareness of global disclosure standards by collaborating with respective institutions. IDX is also building partnership in providing ESG measurement through risk rating and promoting companies that become leaders in ESG implementation by collaborating with Kehati Foundation and also Sustainalytics. Lastly, IDX support the continuous development of ESG-related products and services for all stakeholders. Regarding the increasing global and national ESG investment trend, based on data from Principle for Responsible Investment in 2016, the value of asset under management managed by global investors was around $62 trillion and increased sharply by almost 2 times by the end of 2021, which was around $121 trillion. Moreover, regarding the national investment trend, there was also a significant increase, both the number of products as well as asset under management. The number of ESG-related products rose from only 1 product in 2016, grew to 16 ESG products, with asset under management increasing 58 times, that reached 2.4 trillion rupiah at the end of September 2022, compared to the asset under management in 2016, which was only 42 billion rupiah. This chart shows that a huge shift in investor interest, in which portion of investing in ESG based on product increasing gradually. By this condition, IDX developed ESG indices to respond rising trend of ESG investing and ESG investment product. Now, there are 4 ESG indices in IDX. One of the index that IDX collaborated with Sustainalytics is IDX ISG Leaders. It provides ESG risk rating for 80 listed companies that become the constituent of IDX 80. Here are IDX initiatives to support the implementation of ESG and sustainable finance by doing 5 categories of program that in line with the World Federation 5 principles on sustainability to support the shift toward a more sustainable and inclusive financial system. The first one is engaging stakeholders to implement sustainable finance. The second one is providing infrastructure, both market and products. I would like to emphasize this part. IDX is providing small-medium enterprise listing and incubator that offer assistance for high-growth startup and SME to be more sustainable with an incubation program aimed to accelerate the IPO preparation. IDX support green and ESG-related product by showing ESG indices and incentive for issuing green product. And for the future initiative for infrastructure, IDX is planning to develop a carbon trading system and ESG risk rating disclosure on IDX website. The third one is about implementing GCG in internal practices. IDX implements several ISOs to ensure the implementation of GCG companies with global standard. Of course, the fourth one is educating stakeholders And the fifth is about providing access of information. IDX strive to increase transparency and reduce asymmetric information for the investor through developing a platform of information to promote a more efficient and effective distribution process along with timely and reliable information for the public. In Indonesian capital market, since OJK issued the regulation number 60 in 2017 regarding green bond, there are 3 green bonds listed on IDX, which is PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure, issued the green bond in 2018. Furthermore, in 2022, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk and PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk also issued the green bond. We can see here the time distance between the issuance of the first green bond and the second and third one required a quite long time, which was around 4 years. For this reason, Indonesia regulator have been evaluating this condition and trying to find solution to support the issuance ESG-related product in Indonesia capital market. As part of the regulator initiative to support the issuance of green bond, both OJK and IDX provide incentive for the issuer. In OJK, the incentive stipulated in regulation number 60 in 2017 regarding issuance and requirement of green bond. From IDX side, we provide special discount regarding the annual listing fee, which is 50% off. We hope this incentive combined with continuous support from the regulators that issuance of green bond in Indonesia will increase gradually. IDX aims to align with global market development, become a facilitator and accelerator of ESG implementation to pursue a sustainable finance in Indonesia. Therefore, the next initiative IDX plan to, the first one, support the carbon trading development system, which will be started in 2023. The second one, IDX also plan to put the information about ESG scoring on IDX website, and hopefully this website could be accessed starting from this year. And the third one, to keep up with the latest ESG issues, IDX will continuously provide capacity building for the stakeholder through ESG showcase and exhibition. This concludes my opening speech for today. Hopefully today panel discussion by prominent speaker in industry can inspire all parties. Moreover, we do hope that with all parties' strong commitment and support, we will achieve sustainable finance and give positive contribution for net zero emission. I hope you will enjoy the rest of the event and have a great day. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you for your opening speech, but please stay on the stage for a moment, Mr. Igede Nyumanyetna, as we would like to invite once again Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, President Director of Bank Mandiri, to come to the stage to present a token of appreciation from us. Thank you, Mr. Igede Nyumanyetna and Mr. Darmawan Junaidi. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next agenda, let us hear today's keynote speech with topic Accelerating the Implementation of Sustainable Finance and ESG. Please welcome Mrs. Destri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor Bank Indonesia, to deliver the speech. Mrs. Destri, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable speakers and panelists, Bapak Darmawan Junaidi, Presiden Director of Bank Mandiri, Bapak Igede Nyoman Yetna, Director of Listings IDX, all panelists, distinguished guests and participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Very good morning to all of us. And I'm delighted for having a chance to speak in this very important forum, Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022, Industry for Tomorrow. Because I believe in this forum, we will discuss the most important issues right now globally, which is about sustainable finance, which is right now, it shapes our all the global finance to develop and to support the ESG industries. And sustainable finance has also been considered as one of the priority agenda in the G20 presidency of Indonesia. Thus, the exciting topic is very relevant, not only for our generation, but also to preserve useful resources for the future generation. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I think we already heard from the previous speakers, how is the development of sustainable finance globally is very, very massive. And our data shows that the issuance of ESG instrument has reached approximately $1 trillion in 2021. I think the number is quite close with the one that mentioned by Pak Darmawan. Yeah. And this is actually almost double compared with the one in 2022. And according to the type of instrument, the innovative instrument such as sustainability-linked bonds also demonstrated rapid growth, and it's contributed around 10% of the total ESG bond issuance in 2021. And the awareness and enthusiasm of the financial sector toward ESG instrument in 2022 are still strong despite a slowdown in the global economy at the moment because of the high borrowing costs. As we all know, the main problem actually is coming from the inflation side. But still, we can see the enthusiasm toward the financial sector on the sustainable aspect is still very strong. However, there are still challenges to further accelerate and scale up sustainable finance. The current development is still uneven in geographical coverage and asset classes. And further, the expansion of sustainable finance across countries requires various enabling factors, including preparation of infrastructures, governance, policies, product, and instruments innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, on the bright side, the rising awareness and demand for sustainable financial instruments also pose Indonesia with significant opportunities. Indonesia has abundant activities and projects that can become the underlying of sustainable finance. For example, Indonesia is naturally provided by massive potential of renewable energy. It is identified that around 4,400 rivers may provide up to 24 gigawatt of electricity. Wind power with a potential of up to 100 gigawatt. Geothermal with a potential of up to 23.76 gigawatt. And also the wide potential of application for solar power plants. And other potential also come from the green infrastructure sector with investment potential estimated to reach more than 600 billion US dollar and electric vehicles which are projected to require at least 35 billion US dollars of investment in the next 5 to 10 years to build the lithium battery and electric vehicle ecosystem. This data according our colleague in the Kemenko Marinvest. So this is I think this is a very potential for Indonesia, and in reality, if you're aware, it's very difficult right now to get the electric vehicle because the production is still limited, but the demand's very high. So the awareness of people that must live in the clean energy and clean product, I think this is something that's very interesting and will support our demand for all green energy in the future, green project in the future. So all in all, noting this potential, Bappenas stated that the transition toward a green economy can provide Indonesia with opportunities to create 1.8 million green jobs in 2030. And also, this will support strong economic growth until the next generation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable finance also become one of the priority agenda in the G20 Indonesia presidency this year. And under the G20, sustainable finance issues are discussed in two arrangements. First, the Financial Stability Board focuses on the resiliency and capability of the financial system to manage climate-related financial risks. And the second, under the Sustainable Finance Working Group, focuses in intention on promoting and accelerating sustainable finance toward a transition to green economy. And one major step undertaken by the government of Indonesia is through the issuance of regulation of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 98 in the year 2021 regarding carbon pricing to achieve the NDC target, which will become the legal foundation for the establishment of a carbon tax and carbon trading in Indonesia. And while the green fiscal policy will play an important role in the climate transition, it can only cover up to 34% of the needed green financing. Therefore, the financial sector must scale up green financing to support the climate transition. And as a financing strategy, Indonesia has developed sustainable financing product. Green bond and green sukuk are part of instrument that can deliver several benefits for both issuer and investors. And the main benefit reported by issuers are broadened investor base and reputational benefit, Since 2018, Indonesia government already issued more than 5 billion green sukuk global. And moreover, this year, the government has another milestone by issuing the first local currency SDG bonds in 25th October, just now, with incoming bid was around 2.2 trillion rupiah. And I believe the issuance of sustainable finance instrument will increase in the further, in line with our effort towards sustain more clean and green economy. How about Bank Indonesia? As a macroprudential regulators, Bank Indonesia has started green initiative since 2010. So this is the early stage. During the last decade, Bank Indonesia has conducted a series of green workshops and joined several green international forums, including co-founder of Sustainable Banking Network, one of the first international forum in the field of sustainable finance in the world. And later on, in 2020, so this is the concrete action done by Bank Indonesia, how we implement our policy to give support on the green financing or sustainable financing. So in 2020, Bank Indonesia published the Green LTV regulation to encourage the adoption of green buildings and electric vehicles by allowing the LTV of a green property loan up to 100% and the down payment of an electric vehicle loan up to 0%. And in 2022, Bank Indonesia also introduced the Green RPIM regulation, rasio pembiayaan inklusif makroprudensial, to scale up the issuance of the green bond by allowing banks to fulfill the inclusive financing ratio requirement by purchasing green bonds. So while the green RPIM regulation has just been introduced recently, it has already created a significant demand for domestic green bonds. This in turn has encouraged the Indonesian government to issue domestic green sukuk and domestic SDG bond, as I already mentioned earlier. And this phenomenon shows that our macroprudential policy has indeed an impact on green financing. And later on, in our monetary operation, we right now can receive the sustainable bonds as a collateral for banks in order to get liquidity from Bank Indonesia through our market operation. So that's why for banks who had holding sustainable or green bonds or ESG bonds, if banks need some liquidity from the central bank, so they can repo their bonds to central banks, to BI, and they will get rupiah liquidity in order to financing the sustainable project. And furthermore, Bank Indonesia also has a principle, walk the talk, to show green leadership in the financial sector. While other central banks around the globe right now is trying to aligning their portfolio to meet the transition pathway by shifting the portfolio from higher emission issuers to lower emission issuers, Bank Indonesia put a step forward, not only aligning the portfolio, but also pledging a green commitment by allocating around $6 billion in sustainable bonds, and this is around 5% of our total FX reserve. So, and this is what we are doing right now. Around 5% of our portfolio in our reserve is allocated to sustainable bonds. So, I think to conclude my remarks, and considering the inherent cross-cutting issues of sustainable economy and finance, coordination across national authorities become critical. And in fact, in our Komite Stabilitas Sistem Keuangan, KSSK, whereas the member is Ministry of Finance, Bank Indonesia, OJK, and LPS, right now we will give more attention on the development of the sustainable finance in Indonesia by having a special task force for the sustainable finance itself. So we are going to look at how the development of sustainable finance in Indonesia from end to end, because we also want to develop carbon market in Indonesia. And in fact, this already put in the, the RUU P2SK, which is right now still being discussed between the government and the parliament. So, ladies and gentlemen, this just shows how we as the regulators is very aware and very concerned with the development of sustainable finance in Indonesia. And before I stop my speech, I would like to express my appreciation for the distinguished speakers and panelists, honorable guests, and also particularly for Bank Mandiri, Mandiri Institute, and Indonesian Stock Exchange as the host of this wonderful and important event with a very special topic for Indonesia. And I hope you all have an interesting and fruitful discussion in this forum. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your keynote speech, but please stay on stage for the moment, Mrs. Destri Damayanti, as we would like to invite Mrs. Alexandra Askandar, Vice President Director of Bank Mandiri, to come to the stage and present a token of appreciation from us. Thank you, Mrs. Destri Damayanti and Mrs. Alexandra Askandar. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving forward to the moment that we have been waiting for, the launching of Mandiri Institute 2022 ESG report. This report is the holistic research and survey conducted by Mandiri Institute, supported by Packard Foundation and Indonesia Stock Exchange that were completed this year. And before we proceed to the launching ceremony, we would like to invite you to watch this video presentation with title Towards ESG Implementations in Indonesia.
Environmental, social and governance, or ESG, has taken the center stage of the corporate world and in the minds of global leaders. ESG is aimed at addressing our challenges on the planet, of the people, and of profit to pursue sustainable development. While the COVID-19 pandemic has severely weakened our economy, it has accelerated the sustainability momentum. Similar trends are cited in Indonesia, as the green portfolio has been soaring in recent years. Committed to sustainable business practices, Bank Mandiri has taken its journey to be one of the first movers in sustainable banking through digital innovations in Livin, Corpora, and smart branches. Despite our current progress, there is still a lot of work to address increasing challenges. The private sector and financial institutions recognize the importance of ESG in business practices. Yet the majority of companies strive to understand and to fulfill ESG standards. As a result, only a few of them have implemented sustainable business operations. The 2022 Mandiri Sustainability Forum provides a venue for investors, businesses, regulators, and other stakeholders to keep up with the recent trends on ESG, both at global and national level. The forum will also mark our research on ESG implementation in Indonesia to grasp how business perceives ESG and how it can adopt it into corporate practice. It is the first comprehensive research on ESG in Indonesia that collected evidence from all business segments and fund managers. Mandiri Institute is committed to be a leading research institution on ESG to support industry for tomorrow.
And now, for the ceremonial launching of the report, we would like to invite our honorable guest to help us with the ceremonial procession by pressing the iPad. Mrs. Destri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor Bank Indonesia. Mr. Igede Nyoman Yetna, Director of Listing of Bank Indonesia Stock Exchange. Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, President Director of Bank Mandiri. And Mr. Panji Irawan, Director of Treasury and International Banking, Bank Mandiri. We humbly request you to move approaching the iPad stand. Okay. And next, on my countdown, we will let the VIP to press the iPad and officiating the launch of the report. Ready? Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with big applause Mandiri Institute report towards ESG implementation in Indonesia. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for the Mandiri Institute ESG report, which is the first systematic effort to comprehensively collect evidence on ESG practice in Indonesia. And to the VIP guests, we would like to invite you to come to the stage to take a picture with Mandiri Institute 2022 ESG report. This report can be accessed at our website www.msf2022.com. And here it is, Mandiri Institute 2022 ESG report towards ESG implementation in Indonesia. before the photo op with media, we would also like to invite our distinguished guests to join us on the stage. Mrs. Alexandra Askandar. Okay, we will proceed with the photo op with media. Mrs. Alexandra Askandar, Vice President Director of Bank Mandiri, please welcome on the stage. Mr. Ahmad Siddiq Badruddin, Director of Risk Management Bank Mandiri. Mr. Sigit Prastowo, Director of Finance Bank Mandiri. Mr. Hartadi Sarwono, Chairman of Mandiri Institute. And Professor Muhammad Iksan, Advisory Board of Mandiri Institute. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now be seated again as we proceed with our next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have mentioned earlier, today's event, Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 Industry for Tomorrow, is the first ESG forum being hosted by Bank Mandiri Group as a part of our continuous commitment to increase the awareness and the importance of ESG implementation, particularly in banking and financial industry in Indonesia. Mandiri Institute report that we just have launched with the title Towards ESG Implementation in Indonesia is also the first systematic effort to comprehensively collect evidence on ESG practice in Indonesia. The year-long report consisting of surveys with fund managers, retail investors, and also corporates to gain insights and views in ESG industry. Now we will proceed to the awaited panel agenda. Parallel with our next discussion, we have also provided coffee at the ballroom foyer area for your refreshment, but please enjoy them and kindly sit it back as we will continue to conduct our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, as majority of global institution and standard board moving toward unified sustainability standard and comprehensive corporate reporting, private sectors in Indonesia should be aware with the recent updates on sustainability reporting. That implies that domestic corporations should start to anticipate and evaluate some sustainability criteria and indicators that could be used in sustainability report in the future. This panel will focus on the future direction of ESG. Part of the discussion, it will also explore the next development following the recent initiative in aligning various ESG standards. To start our first panel discussion with the title ESG Global Trend and Future Directions of Reporting Standard, and joining us to lead the discussion, we would like to invite Mr. Teguh Yudo Wicaksono, Head of Mandiri Institute, to come to the stage. Mr. Teguh, the stage is yours. And we would like also to greet first Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Deputy Minister of State-Owned Enterprise Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Khatib Basri, President Commissioner of Bank Mandiri, and Mr. Oki Ramadhani, President Director of Mandiri Sekuritas, who are joining us online. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you very much for being here. I am Teguh Yudo Wicaksono, and it's my great pleasure to moderate the first panel on ESG global trend and future directions of reporting standard. Before we start our panel, allow me to give a little bit about the context for our discussion. If we flash back a little bit, a few years ago, ESG investment, as Pak Darmawan and Bu Destri Damayanti mentioned, reflected from the ESG-related bond, grew significantly. ESG has become the mainstream of business practices. But as we entered 2022, there are a lot of things happen. Energy crisis in Europe, increased geopolitical tension, accelerated inflation, and possible global recession next year have made us probably rethink about ESG and ESG investing. But also in this year, I think, if we have seen, there are bold movements among global institutions and standard organizations on sustainability and ESG reporting standard. For example, on March this year, the International Sustainability Standard Board, or ISSB, launched 2 disclosure standards, namely General Sustainable Reporting and also climate-related disclosure. And we can see there are some implications for business around the world, including Indonesia, in regard to this standard movement. And there are a lot of questions about the future of ESG and how we should anticipate this. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me to invite our 4 esteemed panelists. First, I would like to invite Dr. David Von Eve, who is joining us online from Hong Kong. David is the Director of Global Partnership and Client Solutions, CFA Institute. Hello, David. Thank you for joining us.
Morning, Teguh. How are you?
Now, allow me to invite our second speaker, Mr. Hardiksa. He is the ESG practice lead at GMO that is based in Singapore. Mr. Hardik, please. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also welcome Mr. François de Maricourt, President Director of HSBC Indonesia. Let us give him a big round of applause. And last but not least, allow me to also invite Mr. Ahmad Siddiq Badruddin, Director of Risk Management at Bank Mandiri. Let's give him a big applause. Thank you. So, David, if I may start from you regarding about the ESG trend at the global and given the current situations, could you give us insights on the future trend of ESG and what is your take regarding the direction of these ESG standards, given that there are many or various measures? Please, David, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you. So it's an honor to be here. So I think going with your questions, so you're asking kind of about the future direction, correct?
Yes.
So, while ESG measurements are still kind of a work in progress, I'd say it's important to note that there have been a number of advancements in recent years, and ESG measurements will be further improved over time. Okay, so we'll start with the slides. So if you can go to the next slide. So if you look following kind of the unprecedented kind of market and policy momentum behind ESG in the last few years, investors, corporate boards, and government leaders have raised expectations for progress on climate pledges alongside climate, biodiversity, and other environmental concerns. Social issues like diversity, equity, inclusion, worker mental health and well-being also appear poised to remain in the spotlight, particularly as they're kind of increasingly woven into broader ESG discussions. Critically, these trends exhibit overlaps and interactions that will have a direct influence on the prospects for meaningful progress on ESG issues. So one of these trends that we've seen a lot of increase in is for net zero pledges. And while they represent a powerful first step, these pledges have come under somewhat of increasing scrutiny. And a study of pledges at both the country and company level raised a number of important questions regarding their impact on developing countries and what has been truly pledged. This lack of clarity generates issues around credibility and the robustness of targets. So, for instance, a lack of interim goals and reliance on offsets begs the question of what the net and net zero means. And as a result, we're seeing more governments drafting net zero reporting standards. You can go to the next slide. So another area of focus has been the concept of materiality, which is central to financial analysis and investment decisions because it enables investors to identify issues that are most relevant and that should be assessed as part of the decision-making process. But different interpretations of materiality have evolved over the past 2 decades as corporate reporting practices and climate science have developed. So in the context of disclosure and reporting standards, we can look at the change from financial to dual and dynamic materiality. So traditionally, financial materiality has been kind of a single direction, assessing the impact of the climate on a company, while the change to dual materiality requires us to also look at the impact the company has on climate. If we look at dynamic analysis, that goes a step further in recognizing that materiality is not constant and evolves over time. So this is important because the time horizon over which climate risks manifest presents a considerable challenge for risk quantification, as the potential impact of many physical risks are expected to increase over a much longer horizons than we currently consider. So as a result, we've seen the Sustainability Accounting Board and the GRI update their definitions of materiality to focus on the dynamic long-term nature of these risks and to be more stakeholder-centric in the case of the GRI. So you can go to the next slide. So in addition to materiality, data is required to properly assess risks. So if you take just a quick look at this figure, you can see that a significant amount of data is required to properly assess physical risk and opportunities, including scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, geographical data, supply chain information, etc. And much of this data is currently taken from publicly available sources when it's available, such as say TCFD disclosures, or can be estimated when it's missing. But collecting and analyzing this data is time consuming, so many of us rely on third parties such as rating agencies for this data. But as we know, agreement or correlation between the various rating agencies can be low, and in some cases, studies have actually found negative correlations, which implies kind of a fundamental disagreement about sustainable versus unsustainable behavior. And this has several implications. So there's a lot of this ambiguity around ESG ratings represents a number of challenges. One being ESG performance is less likely to be reflected in corporate stocks and bond prices as investors face challenges when trying to identify outperformers and laggards. This divergence in opinion can also hamper companies that are trying to improve their ESG performance because it gives them a mixed signal about what actions are expected to be valued by the market. And the divergence also kind of poses a challenge for empirical research, as one rater versus another may alter a study's conclusions. So this can be cited as kind of a critique of ESG more broadly. There's also that we need to understand the methodology and time horizon. So are they using historic data? What's the predictive intent around the data? And that can be challenging as data providers are not always equally transparent. So go to the next slide. So when we consider these current challenges in disclosure, measurement, and data, it's, I think, clear why climate action failure is seen as the largest risk, even greater than extreme weather itself. However, there have been notable steps towards improving the breadth and quality of available ESG data. So in 2021, we saw the EU release the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSRD, which replaced the Non-Financial Reporting Directive. And that's going to require an additional 50,000 companies, including subsidiaries of non-EU companies, to report ESG data to new EU sustainability reporting standards starting in, I think, 2024. And also in 2021, we saw the IFRS announce the creation of the ISSB, which you mentioned earlier, to develop kind of that global baseline of sustainable related disclosure standards, consolidating the work of several previous efforts into a single body. We also saw the US SEC propose new rules for climate-related disclosures that would require US companies to report their greenhouse gases for the first time. We also saw the International Integrated Reporting Council and the Sustainable Accounting Standards Boards officially merge. So there's been quite a lot of progress there. But while reaching consensus on a single set of ESG standards may take many years, these are all steps in the right direction. And more discussion, experimentation, and cooperation among an even larger set of stakeholders will help improve the quality and scope of ESG reporting, providing investors, regulators, consumers, and business leaders with the data they need to make more informed decisions.
Thank you, David, for your interesting insights about the ESG trend and also some issues related with this ESG. Now, let me shift our discussion into the ESG investing trend. Hardik, if I may, you've been following the ESG investing trends at the global and also at the regional level, and GMO has been very active as well in promoting sustainable investment. Could you share with us about the ESG investing trend, perhaps a little bit about the flavor on the regional trend, and what should corporates or businesses anticipate regarding this trend? The stage is yours, Hardik, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Mandiri Institute and all the other organizers for inviting me to speak here. I'm very pleased to be here in person. For those who don't know GMO, we are a Boston headquartered asset manager. We've been in business for more than 40 years. For primarily focusing on solutions for our clients' investment goals. One of our co-founders, Jeremy Grantham, apart from being a popular and a legendary investor himself, is also a very strong proponent of investor action on climate change. So you might have heard him talk about why investors should kind of invest in both climate mitigation, but also climate adaptation and so on and so forth. I think over the course of next maybe 7 or 8 minutes, what I'm planning to do is just kind of touch upon the basics of ESG investing. So when I think in the morning as well, a lot of speakers were talking about ESG investing, sustainable investing, responsible investing. What does it mean? Does it mean avoiding certain, let's say, so-called bad sectors like maybe tobacco, alcohol? Does it mean trying to save the planet? Does it mean just managing risk for our portfolios? It could mean one or more of these. And to be honest, like the large part of confusion around ESG is because it means different things to different people, right? So the next slide will kind of, in some form, summarize the six key approaches to ESG investing. So if you could move to the next slide, please. Yes. So this is as per the Global Sustainable Investment Review. This report is kind of trying to see trends in ESG or sustainable investing over the last almost 10 years now. And what you see here is the six major approaches that investors take. So on the right-hand side, you see the three screening approaches. So you could screen your portfolios or the universe positively, meaning I will only invest in companies that are best in class, so the ESG leaders, so-called. There's also a concept of negative screening, which means I will exclude certain sectors which are either not in compliance with my investment goals or due to religious beliefs. So tobacco, alcohol, gambling, these kind of exclusions come in this particular bucket. And then norms-based screening is mainly trying to avoid companies that are grossly violating global labor norms or human rights norms and so on and so forth. What has actually driven the mainstreaming of ESG in the last, I would say, 5 years or so is the ESG integration approach. Now, this approach essentially says, as an investor, I need to factor in different types of risks. And now, E and S risks in specific. So governance is something that I think the investment world has been paying attention to almost for 2 decades now, but environmental and social risks are becoming more and more material to the valuation and, let's say, the probability of success of companies in my portfolio. So as a prudent investor, I ought to pay attention to ESG risks, and that's basically the approach of ESG integration, where you're trying to basically get the best risk-adjusted returns for your portfolios, and in that sense, the goal is not misaligned. You also see nowadays more thematic investment strategies coming in, so a renewable energy fund or diversity fund or an affordable housing fund and so on and so forth. And active ownership, or more specifically, investor engagement on environmental and social issues. I think this is something that you'll see as a corporate more and more of in the coming years, because investors are now, I think, going from the belief of exclusion and divestment to let's engage with the companies and let's influence them to change behavior and eventually cause real world impact. The next slide gives you a quick snapshot of which region in the world prefers which kind of strategy. So again, this is from the GSI report 2020. You could see globally there are about 35 trillion US dollars marked in some form of ESG investment. And as of 2020, ESG integration is by far the most popular approach. Now, this changed from the previous report, which is 2018, where negative or exclusionary screening was the most popular approach. So this is the trend that I'm talking about, where investors are now moving from exclusion to integration, from divestment to more engagement kind of efforts. As you can clearly see, there's significant growth that has happened, and I think this is something that, in my honest belief, is not a short-term fad. This is something that's a very strong trend. And in the let's say near future, I would say 3 to 5 years down the line, like my hope is that there is no specialized field called ESG investing. It's basically part of your usual way to invest. So when your equity analyst is evaluating a company, he or she would look at financial data and sustainability data to make their decisions. So it's kind of becomes embedded. The next 2 slides, I'm just going to quickly run through some trends or some things to watch out for. So the next slide, the first trend here is around more and more focus on climate risk. Now, climate change is a topic, is an issue that is existential in nature. So if we as a society are not able to solve this problem, limit global warming, this could mean us living in a very different world that we've been used to. More erratic weather patterns, more floods or hurricanes or storms or droughts, and we're seeing glimpses of that in the last 2-3 years across the world, not just here in Asia. So I think investors will continue to focus more and more on climate risk management. Some of the speakers earlier today talked about net zero commitments by countries as well as companies. I think that's going to be important. What I mean by transition risk is essentially if and when the carbon regulation comes in, what kind of earnings are at risk for companies. So that is an important topic. And then again, climate scenario analysis, or the TCFD reporting, as you might be familiar with, is an area that investors will want corporates to do more and more about. The second point, key trend that I want to highlight is the measuring the real world impact. Now, one thing is just one thing to decarbonize your portfolio, right? So if you say, I'll throw out some high emitting companies from my portfolio is clean and green, that is true, but then that doesn't really help the world. So just divesting from certain names might make your portfolio look good, but doesn't really reduce the emissions in the environment. So I think what we are seeing, at least clients in both Europe and North America focus more and more on is basically real world impact versus just portfolio impact. And I already talked about engagement versus divestment. The third trend that I want to talk about here is regulations. And for all people who are like interested in ESG investing, I think regulations is something that will keep you busy for the next 5 years, pretty sure, including me. You're seeing regulations in different parts of the world. Some of them are focused towards creating taxonomies, right? What is green, what is not green, what is brown, light green, dark green, and so on. Whereas others are kind of aimed to prevent greenwashing. Now, greenwashing is essentially meaning you are claiming that your fund is doing something, but it's actually not. So basically not walking the talk. And that has been a serious allegation towards the ESG industry in general. Because there have been instances of fund managers not necessarily doing anything different, but just relabeling their funds to an ESG or a sustainable or a green fund. So I think there is regulations catching up both in the West, but also here in Asia, where the regulators are trying to make it more, say, safer for investors, as at least what you're getting, what you've been promised. On the next slide, and I'll not spend a lot of time here because David did touch upon this, but in terms of corporate disclosures, so historically what has happened is there are N number of standards that you as a corporate are expected to report on, and then you add on to that the likes of the ESG rating agencies like MSCI, Sustainalytics, and so on, having their own kind of versions of what they need for you to disclose. So for a small to mid-sized corporate, it has been a challenge from both a resource perspective, but also just the complexity of reporting across different standards. That, I think, in the near future will change. So the next point is around, and I think David did mention about it, is the standardization, right? So the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, was formed recently, and that, I think, will be a game changer both for corporates, in terms of for them being able to report to a set of like consistent standards, but also for investors, for us, we don't have to now worry about does this metric from corporate A actually mean the same metric from corporate B, because right now there is no consistency in these areas. So I'll pause here. Happy to go into more details in any of these later on, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hardik, for the interesting insight. And it's interesting you say that ESG is not a fad, but it's here to stay. And given that there will be future standardization, thank you. Now, allow me to move to banking sector, and it will be interesting to hear ESG practices from banking sector. If I may, Pak Francois, I'd like to bring you into discussion, as we know that SSBC is among the leader of sustainable bank. And about that, could you share with us about how SSBC implement ESG, and as a global bank, how SSBC adapt with different levels of ESG maturity across different countries, and given that each country might have different regulations. Stage is yours, Pak.
Yes, terima kasih, Pak. So let me start by saying a big thank you to Bank Mandiri to organizing this event. So we all know that, of course, climate change is a big challenge for us. And especially in Indonesia, I think this is specifically relevant. And so the more we talk about it, the more we try to go into some concrete steps that we can all take from an investor perspective, from a bank perspective. I think that it will help us to cooperate and work together to achieve the right outcome. And I think that specifically the financial sector has a catalytic role to play to make sure that we can get much more financing to the right project and really accelerate the decarbonization of the economy in Indonesia and in the rest of the world. And we have to be quite careful because all of this transition has also to be just and, as Ibu Sri Mulyani always say, and affordable. And so we need really to make sure that we find the right instrument to make it happen. if we go first to the first slide, so if I look at the approach of HSBC in this area, first of all, we have made some commitments. And what our commitment is when we talk about scope 1 or own emissions, you can't tell clients to do something if you don't do it yourself. And so we have committed to be carbon neutral for own operations by 2030. And I'm very happy to say that I have just received a few days ago my new car, and it's an EV car. And not only I think it's a good thing that you gradually move to the cars, but also I'm very happy because it's dibuat in Indonesia. It's made in Indonesia. And I think it's really something that we need to keep in mind. We talk a lot about the risk, but we need also to look at the opportunities, about the new industries. And in Indonesia, we know that there is this huge ecosystem around nickel, batteries, and EV. And all of these green industries that will result from it also create some opportunities. So as I mentioned, first thing, by 2030, we have committed to be carbon neutral. This is true in the whole world. This is true in Indonesia. I've worked with my team in Indonesia so that we have a plan, and bit by bit, we can see how we can replace electricity by solar panel, how we can decrease, as I mentioned, also the cars moving to hybrid or EV car, and there are quite a lot of steps that we can take. The second thing is around supporting our clients. And I think this is really the biggest role that you can play, because HSBC does not emit a lot of CO2 because we are not an industry that is emitting a lot of CO2. We are not CO2 intensive. So really for us, it's looking at scope 2 and scope 3 around the supply chain, around our clients, and now we can help them. And what we have committed is including scope 2 and scope 3 to be carbon neutral by 2050, in line with the Paris Agreement. And we see a lot of work to be done together, not only as a bank, but also with some other participants. And so we have quite a lot of initiatives that we have done. I can mention a few, like, for instance, Pentagreen Capital. This is a new joint venture that we have done with Temasek, with $150 million of capital. And the idea is to support specific projects in renewable energy that are perhaps not always bankable, to really help new projects to be financed. We are also involved in the energy transition mechanism, and we work with the ADB, Asian Development Bank, for some time on it, and also, of course, with the country platform in Indonesia. There are a lot of initiatives happening. And this is back to my point around the just transition. I'm sure that you have heard about the Just Energy Transition Partnership that has been done for South Africa last year, where a lot of G7 countries have committed to finance the decarbonization of the energy industry in South Africa, and we hope that a similar agreement will happen this year during the G20 in Bali between the US and the Indonesian authorities. And here, the banks have a role to play. Why? Because we can bring some blended finance. And the blended finance is how you can leverage philanthropic money or public money to then help to de-risk certain projects, and then you can have much larger investments. And that's what we are working on with some of the different banks. So we are working quite closely with a lot of our clients to help us to develop a transition plan. And so for that, we have hired actually a lot of experts, a lot of specialists, because let's be very clear, this is extremely complex. And I think that I really liked the point that you made previously, is that the problem when you talk about disclosure is that people don't really measure things in the same way. I think that's more and more, as we are getting more mature, we need to have this whole infrastructure that will really help to compare the project, to see the real impact of the project, and to avoid greenwashing. Because I think that with all of the good intent, not all of the projects have a desired outcome. And so for us, it's very important that we help our clients. Because it reminds me of Sarbanes-Oxley, is that we really need to have a lot of structure in place, some governance in place, and is what we are doing. And so we are helping our clients to do that. And we don't do it alone, and I can mention a recent example where recently I was actually with one of our clients, Semen Indonesia, with Mandiri. And so together, we are working to develop a sustainability framework for cement Indonesia. Cement, of course, is a high carbon industry. And so they are quite active, very proactive to try to see how they can move to sustainability-linked loan, decrease carbon. And this is where banks like Mandiri or HSBC, we can bring our expertise. So that's something that we are doing. And the last point is around influencing the global policy agenda to promote a just and inclusive transition. So I mentioned HSBC is one of the founding members of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, and we are working with this alliance on some of a just energy transition partnership in the region that will be announced shortly, hopefully, but also to work on some green taxonomy that can really help to have clarity on disclosure, what is considered as green, what is not considered as not green, and really help to focus the policies and help to bring the best practices. I think this is really what we can bring for us as a foreign bank in Indonesia, is to share best practices, things that we see in some other countries that are relevant in Indonesia. So our group CEO is quite active, and he really believes in the importance of climate change, and so he's the chair of the Financial Service Task Force. But we have also some initiative like Fast Infra to develop some standard in all the infrastructure financing. Now, if we move to the next slide, this is when we talk about ESG, it's very wide, right? So today I have started by focusing on climate, but of course, when you talk about ESG, you have different dimensions, and we should not forget also the social and governance part. And on this area also, we are quite active. And for instance, we supported the government of Indonesia last year to issue the first SDG bond that was done for 500 million euro, and that was a 12-year money to support the government of Indonesia effort from an SDG perspective. And my last point is around governance and reporting. And I think that if you want to have credibility in this area, if you really want to have an impact, it's really important first to have the right reporting. You have to be very transparent. You have, of course, all the TCFD reporting norms. I think that more and more there will be norms, and you need to have all of the data to be audited, so that when you say that, for instance, we committed to do $1 trillion of sustainable financing by 2030. Okay, let's make sure that it's properly audited, that we have someone who have checked the data and that it makes sense. So we are doing some ESG report, we are part of the MSCI and Sustainalytics ratings, and we are looking at the ratings and what we can do better. And also we have now the task force on nature-related financial disclosures. The last point is on governance. I think it's very important to have a very strong governance. So we have a lot of committees, and to make sure that we review the different projects, and that when we say, okay, we'll support a project, it's a project that has an impact and is not greenwashing. And so I think that as a bank, we have really an accountability to make sure that when we say we work in terms of sustainability, we do not continue to finance coal, let's say. And so that's really something that we are very careful about. So that's really in a nutshell, and I'm aware of the time constraint of the HSBC approach. Perhaps just one last point about specific for Indonesia. In Indonesia, since 2018, we have supported the government of Indonesia to build the framework to issue green sukuk and green bonds. And as Budesri mentioned earlier, actually under this framework, there has been quite a financing done, including earlier this year, for the first time, a 30-year green sukuk. That was the first time in the world that you had such a long tenure. So from helping to have a diversified mix of financing for the government, that was something that was quite useful. We have also launched quite a lot of sustainability-linked loans. And so we did what for EcoPaper, for instance, recently, and work on some sustainability framework like PT Cement Indonesia that I mentioned. Also, we have recently support 1 year ago for issuance of Mandiri $300 million green bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Francois, about sharing HSBC journey and practices about ESG and how it adapts with Indonesian situations. Now let me move to Pak Siddiq, if I may. Regulators, particularly from OJK, continue to encourage banks to increase its portfolio in sustainable financing. And on this, could you share with us about the journey of Bank Mandiri in supporting the implementation of ESG, particularly on the sustainable finance, Pak? The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. So the first three panelists probably share a lot of inside topics, challenges, that are probably more global. So I'll probably cover topics or insights that are closer to home in Indonesia, especially our early journey in Bank Mandiri to implement many of the ESG initiatives. So the journey began actually when our regulator OJK issued the first regulation, POJK 51 in 2017. And then this is actually, part of and parcel of our efforts, actually to support Indonesia's government commitment in ESG. Recently, the government has updated the more ambitious target of NDCs, Nationally Determined Contribution, to actually by 2030 to reduce the CO2 emissions by 31.9% independently and 43.2% with global support. And financial institutions does play a critical role in supporting the government's ambition to achieve these targets. And we are working with OJK, the regulator, and Bank Mandiri, along with other banks, has been implementing our strategy in accordance to the regulation, as well as forming a national task force, as well as establishing various policies that are the derivatives of OJK sustainable finance policies. So back in 2018, we are one of the first institutions to be part of the, loosely organization called the First Mover of Indonesia Sustainable Banking. And then the following year, this is the first year Bank Mandiri implemented our sustainably financed framework and strategy. And then in 2020, we adopted what Francois mentioned about the standards, global reporting initiatives, as well as the SASB, Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, that covers disclosure on sustainability initiatives. And we also started aligning our ESG initiative across the 17 SDGs, as well as the requirement from the ESG rating agency, notably MSCI and SUSPA. In 2021, I think we issued our first sustainability bonds amounting to $300 million, and that was well received by the market and earned an accolade as the best sustainability bond issued by a financial institution in 2021. Earlier this year, we also became the first bank that did ESG repo transaction in Indonesia amounting to $500 million in the first quarter. And the board of directors of Bank Mandiri recently also formed a dedicated ESG unit reporting to Ibu Alexandra, our deputy CEO, showing our commitment to actually implement ESG initiatives. Now the implementation itself, we basically break it down into 3 pillar strategies. And these are sustainable banking, sustainable operation, and sustainable beyond banking. On the banking side, we actually focuses on 5 priority industry sectors that are important to us. These are the CPO, metal mining, energy, constructions, and FMCG. Yeah, and we basically start integrating, ESG aspects, philosophy, initiative into our business process, including a realignment of the credit policies and sectoral policies. We also try to increase the portion of our sustainable loan portfolio and as well as lending to MSMEs. On the sustainable operation part, we actually want to minimize the carbon footprint in our banking operations by increasing the use of more efficient energy and lighting and developing eco-friendly offices, notably the digital branches as well as our office building across the country, which has been certified as green building. And with the launch of our super app Livin, as well as super platform Copra, we have actually not only supercharged our digital business, but also help minimize and reduce carbon footprint by reducing traffic to our branches across the country. On sustainable beyond banking, we basically focus on putting together a very comprehensive program around environmental, community empowerment, as well as financial inclusion, And then we align all these initiatives under 3 pillars across the 17 SDGs, and we regularly seek feedback from the rating agencies, MSCI and SUSBA, In the next slide, I just want to highlight a bit about, our portfolio that has been classified as sustainable finance under the strict OJK guidelines. So about 24.4% of the portfolio today has been classified as sustainable finance, mostly in green portfolio, 11.1 sector, 1%, and social portfolio, 13.2%. And these sustainable loan portfolio are dominated by sustainable agriculture, notably the sustainable palm oil plantation, MSME lending, but then financing to renewable energy sector shows significant growth in the past 3 years. On the retail banking side, we have come up with programs to actually provide financing to auto loan for electric vehicles. I think one of them, Francois, probably got it. And then we also provided subsidized mortgage loan for low-cost housing. On the funding side, I mentioned about the sustainability bond of 300 million, as well as the ESG report transactions. In the future, we plan to issue a lot more green, social, and sustainability bonds because of the increasing demand for green financing in renewable energy, as well as sustainability-linked loans. In the next slide, I just want to highlight, what was mentioned earlier, that the climate change doesn't only generate risk, notably transition risk and physical risk, but also create opportunities for financing in the green sectors. So banks, on the physical risk, must be able to mitigate risk related to climate change, whether it is, let's say, for example, floods or natural disaster on some of the loan portfolio, including mortgages. On the transition risk, banks like us must be able to mitigate the risk on the impact of policy change, technological change, especially in the brown sectors. So we are working with our corporate banking clients, especially those who have already a game plan, a roadmap, or strategy to transition into more sustainable business propositions. In the next slide, basically, again, this is what we are doing today, coming up with various product suite and solutions that are related to ESG that are needed by our clients. So these are the green trade financing. These are, we issue bank guarantee, letters of credit, and confirmation to support the performance and mitigate payment risks of underlying projects and transactions that contribute to ESG. And we also have come up with supply chain financing program that support transaction in a manner that minimize the impact and creates value for environmental, social, and economic benefits for all the stakeholders. We're also coming up with what we call sustainable deposit products. These are deposit products that are used to finance ESG and sustainability lending or projects. On the private banking side, we are putting together, various ESG-focused advice, solution, and funds so that our private banking client can actually invest in specific ESG theme funds that are committed to achieving ESG goals. On the green property side, I think our mortgage business have already come up with special program that incentivize the borrowers to invest or buy properties that are green or certified green buildings or residential properties. So I think we are committed as an institution to continue to increase our participation, contribution, especially in supporting the government agenda in achieving the NDC goal by 2030.
Thank you, Pak Siddiq, about sharing Bank Mandiri's journey, experiences, and also products and initiatives. And you also mentioned about climate change is not only creating risks but also opportunities, and there are some products and initiatives from Bank Mandiri related with this. Now, let me dig deeper for our discussion about this from this panel, and allow me to return to David. David, are you still with us?
Yes.
So, David, there are some concerns that ESG, when we come about, standards and disclosure, ESG is very difficult to implement. Some say it's not measurable and there is no meaningful relationship between ESG implementation and financial performance. Now, perhaps that questions coming from the audience here, can we really make ESG work and practical? And what is the path to go there?
Sure. So I'll try. That's a very long question, I think, but I'll try to give a short answer. So I think these are all criticisms that we've heard before, but I think where these critiques kind of fall short is that they kind of fail to take into account social license or the perception by stakeholders that a business or industry is acting, in a way that is fair, appropriate, and deserving of trust. And that's a precondition for sustaining long-term value, is to manage and address kind of these paradigm-shifting externalities that we're starting to see. So management of these externalities is essential to ensuring that these businesses endure with social support in sustainable, viable ways. So I think accordingly, the response to these criticisms should be based on kind of three critical points: the reality of increasing externalities, the early success of some organizations, and the improvement of ESG measurement over time. Externalities are things such as companies' greenhouse gas emissions, effects on labor markets, and consequences for, say, supplier health and safety, which are becoming urgent challenges as things become much more interconnected. And regulators critically take notice as well. Even if some governments and agencies are demanding changes more quickly and more forcefully than others, multinational businesses in particular can't afford to take wait-and-see approaches. And to the contrary, stakeholders will expect them to take part now in how the regulatory landscape and the broader social domain will likely evolve.
Thank you, David. Now let me move to Hardik. You mentioned previously that there's ESG implementation differences and different ESG trend across regions, and perhaps you could share from these best practices. Perhaps you can share about what probably Indonesia can learn from those leading practices, and what are consequences. For instance, like if Indonesia is turning its back to the trend, to the global trend of this ESG investing.
Sure. So I think the main point that anyone who's starting off with ESG investing should note is that, like, of those 6 different approaches that I talked about, there's no right or wrong. I think it depends on what is your goal. You could choose one or more of these approaches. If your goal is to just avoid reputational risk, then you would maybe just screen out the companies that are violating global norms. But if your goal is to just manage risk-adjusted returns in your portfolio, then maybe integration is the approach. So I think it's very important to clearly understand what is your goal as an investor and then choose the approach, because something that suits my portfolio might not suit your portfolio or Francois' portfolio and so on. So I think that is very important. The second point is around transparency. So in other markets where ESG investing has been around for a number of years, there have been allegations of greenwashing or not walking the talk from fund managers. I think being transparent as to what exactly you are doing and what do you, let's say, intend to achieve as a goal from an environmental, social governance perspective, I think is important, because that will help you not only establish yourself as a credible player, but also, more importantly, help your clients choose whether this product is the right product for them to invest in or maybe something else. So I think that's the second point. And then maybe the third point is around ESG, data or ESG ratings broadly. So what we believe very strongly is these third-party ESG ratings could be a good starting point for basing some view, but solely relying on them is probably not sufficient, because they have a wide variety of client goals that they are satisfying through a single product. So just kind of picking up an off-the-shelf rating and saying, yeah, this is the let's say the gospel. I don't think that's correct. You need to have your own views on what's relevant for which sector. What should you focus more versus less on while evaluating a company's sustainability practices, and not just blindly rely on these third-party ratings. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Hendrik. Pak Francois, you mentioned a little bit about the challenges in the banking sector, and I would like to dig deeper about these challenges, particularly in the finance sector in Indonesia, and perhaps you can give some thoughts about what sort of the regulations or things that we need to address to accelerate the implementation of sustainable finance in Indonesia and support this Indonesia's commitment on NDC.
Yeah, so when I look at the best practices that we can see in different parts of the world, I think that there are three things that come to mind. First one is disclosure. And so it was mentioned, it's not that there is nothing right or wrong. It's to be very clear about what you are doing and what you are not doing. And so you need to have a very strong set of regulation to ensure consistent disclosure and something that can be also credible and have a reliability that you request. So really we see in quite a lot of countries, we are moving into much more granular disclosure, and I'm sure this is also coming to Indonesia, and to really help to communicate around not only where you are now, but what are your transition plan and which commitment you want to take. The second thing is around incentivizing all the projects that move into the right direction. And so if you look at best practices, one thing that has worked quite well is what the European Banking Authority has done to implement some capital weighting for lending into green and non-green sector. I think that Pak Darmawan mentioned it in his speech earlier this morning. And it's really the kind of regulation that can really make sure that you get this financing that gets a little bonus and really push more financial institutions to lend to the right sector and also penalize the sector that perhaps are not as advanced. And the third part is around all the carbon trading and carbon tax. And that's not something that we had very much time to discuss about today, but it was mentioned earlier today by Darmawan and also by IDX, about all the efforts that are done to have a carbon tax in Indonesia and then a carbon market. And so it has also a very positive impact because not only it put a price on carbon emissions with a carbon tax, but also it helps to monetize some of the initiatives. And actually, if you look around, when I talk to my clients and my colleagues in the rest of the world, there are a lot of investors who want to invest in some project with some money available, and if it can be monetized with some carbon credit that are tradable internationally as per the Paris Agreement, the Chapter 6. So I really think that these are the three things that are the priority for me, is around the disclosure, that's something that's really quite important, to having some rules that incentivize lending to green area, like different risk rating from central bank. And the third one is around the implementation of the carbon ecosystem, where you have a right price to pay for carbon tax, but also being able to monetize the carbon credit.
Thank you, Pak Francois. Pak Siddiq, if I may, I'd like similar questions, but perhaps you can give us, a flavor that probably Bank Mandiri has different challenges, and what sort of, need that we need to do to address those challenges, Pak.
Okay, thank you. I think some of my, comment or input would be similar to what Francois mentioned earlier. But I think one challenge in Indonesia that we need to address is the potential large sustainable financing gap. Yeah, if you look at Indonesia's SDGs roadmap, the financing need until 2030 depends on one of the three intervention scenarios that will be chosen by the government. It can be intervention scenario BAU, moderate, or high scenario. Under the high scenarios, the Indonesia's investment in SDG suggests that the government's role will be less than BAU. And it suggests that the non-government actors or entities are encouraged to provide much more contribution and participation in the implementation of the SDGs. It was estimated that the non-government financing under high scenario could be as high as $1,540 billion for the years 2025 to 2030. However, there are different risk appetites that the capital owner may perceive on these green sustainable projects, which result that an estimated of large financing gap of around $565 billion for the 5-year 2025-2030. And the risk appetite difference to actually address the financing gap needs to be reconciled. One way to do it, in our opinion, is to de-risk the project by introducing support and enhancements from government or multilateral development agencies before the private capital can flow in, confidently and comfortably. And during that period, the liquidity and currency risk are also important issues to consider, when we implement various financing activities. The other challenge that I think we need to address that, for banks like us, Bank Mandiri, to actually be able to effectively contribute in the achievement of the SDGs goals, that we need to work closely with the key stakeholders, because we need support from the stakeholders for us to be able to function our role effectively. I think, as Francois mentioned, the government needs suggested or recommended to provide clear guidelines and incentives, as well as disincentives, to boost interest and demands for sustainable financing instruments and financing. Developing low-carbon economy, such as clean energy and transportation ecosystems, is one way. Another way is to boost the incentive to actually increase lending, for example, in MSMEs. And then, as Francois mentioned, setting up carbon tax, carbon market mechanism to facilitate trading of carbon emission units is also important. The regulators should provide, again, clear framework and regulatory incentives to increase interest and participation from the financial services industry. For example, we need a clear framework and guidance to support development of various sustainable finance products and instruments, green loans, sustainability-linked loans, ESG derivatives, etc. Yeah. And second, a policy adjustment on risk-weighted asset, to actually give incentive to sustainable green portfolio are also needed. Yeah. And then, it would be nice if we can get an exception for sustainable and green finance loans to be excluded in the LLL calculations, so we can do a lot more in that area, working with our big clients. Yeah. And then a more unified climate-related taxonomy and other classification across the region are probably needed. And an important area is also disclosure requirement and standards as a tool so that we can actually measure, and disclose correctly and apple-to-apple comparison on this implementation of climate risk mitigation. And the other one, which I mentioned, I think the government and government entities probably should work with development agencies such as the World Bank, ADB, IDB, PT SMI, to provide support and platform to actually help de-risk green projects with guarantee mechanism or credit enhancements. And how can we promote more of blended finance to close the financing gap? These are the PPP's kind of structure. And then how can we develop more of green sustainable financing platform, such as SDG Indonesia 1 that was created by MOF and managed by PT SMI. So I think these are some of the things which we think are necessary for us to support the implementation SDGs in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Siddiq. I think we are about to reach the end of our discussion, but allow me to ask one more thing from all of these great speakers. perhaps 1 to 2 minutes closing remarks to wrap up our discussion. I will start from Hardik, please.
Sure. I think just to reiterate a couple of important points that I raised in my comments earlier. So one, I think the focus on decarbonization is going to be very important. So industries and companies as well as investors need to pay more and more attention to that. I think with the imminent establishment of a carbon mechanism here, I think that's going to be even more important. So that's number one. I think in terms of corporate disclosure, it will become standardized over time, but I think as an investor, I think what we are more interested in is the right metrics versus the glossy sustainability reports, right? So focus on measuring and reporting the correct metrics year on year versus trying to make your sustainability report more visually attractive. So I think that's the other point. And the third and the last one, which I think Francois also mentioned, is when we talk about climate change, there's always risk, but there's also a huge opportunity in investing in climate solutions. And we often talk about your renewable energy efficiency, and those kind of solutions, but there's also an important need for focusing on climate adaptation solutions. So that's something that we haven't really touched upon much in the panel, but just last week, the UN Environmental Program, they basically made a statement that it's going to be really challenging to reach or limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Based on the current NDCs that different countries have committed to, I think the world is kind of on a trajectory to reach about 2.5 degrees Celsius warming. So in a 2.5 degrees Celsius world, the way we are used to living, working outside will not be possible, right? Imagine farming in central India, imagine, let's say, construction activity in the Middle East and so on and so forth. So just kind of investing more in adaptation kind of solutions, I think is going to be a big focus area as well. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Hardik. Francois, go ahead.
Many thanks. So I remember just 1 year ago, I was in Glasgow in front of Bapak Jokowi and no less than 5 ministers. And it was really great to see the commitments from the government of Indonesia to really do something about decarbonization and move forward. And now we are 1 year later. I think that there is still a lot of work to do. And so as the COP27 is about to start, we are seeing that we are not on track to deliver the goal of limiting the rise in temperature by 1.5%. So what does it mean? It means that we all need to do more about it. And so first, we need now to really go into much more planning phase. The awareness phase is done. Now I think that people are aware. So we need to move into actions. And so some of the key actions, one is really disclosure, and to be very specific and really detailed and have audited data around the disclosure. What do we mean by sustainability and what is the impact? The first thing, because what gets measured gets done. If it's not measured, it will not get done. And the second one, I think that there are quite a lot of different initiatives around the Just Energy Transition Partnership, energy transition, and a lot new regulations that will come. And it's quite encouraging actually to see this focus. And I think that this forum today, the first Mandiri Forum, is a good testimony on the progress we are making in a lot of different places in the world. And so I hope that the discussion will continue and we'll have an opportunity to meet from time to time and see how we are progressing and learn from each other because we are all here to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Francois. Pak Siddiq.
Yeah, okay. In my opinion, I think we are still in our early journey in Indonesia in implementing ESG initiatives, but the key would be close cooperation and coordination across all stakeholders, so that we all have to work together rather than individual company or individual agency or stakeholder have their own different agenda, and then we try to reconcile to each other and we are having challenges. So having a clear leadership, clear coordination and working level, I think would be key for us to make progress in Indonesia. And second, I think Indonesia should also, as Francois mentioned, should learn from each other, especially should learn from other markets globally who have probably a bit more advanced in Indonesia in terms of implementing SDGs initiatives, especially for not reinventing the wheel or repeating the same error or mistakes. So I think those are probably key for us to move forward.
Thank you, Pak Siddiq. David, if I may, can you give us like 1 to 2 minutes?
Sure. I think it'll be hard to add on to what they've already said, but I think what Francois touched on when he mentioned like Sarbanes-Oxley, it's worth keeping in mind that a financial accounting rose from stakeholder pull, not from a spontaneous regulatory push, and it didn't materialize fully formed along with principles and formats that we see today. It's been the product of a long evolution and sharp debate, and it'll continue to evolve. And in the case of, say, like GAAP and international financial reporting, we continue to have differences, and those differences represent important stakeholder matters. So I think that being said, we're seeing standards start to converge, but I think it's important to keep in mind, I don't think we'll ever see one standard. Locally, we've seen a significant amount of work around, say, the common taxonomy, which aims to facilitate easier navigation between, say, China and the EU taxonomy. But there are still significant differences, particularly around, say, like the do no harm standards. And while there's been a lot of work done and it's guided by the principles of interoperability, comparability, and inclusiveness, we also need to make sure we're always taking into account different definitions of green, transactional activities, and really putting a lot of importance on local considerations as well.
Thank you, David. I think we already reached the end of our discussion, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my thanks to our excellent panelists, and please give all of them a big round of applause. I will return the stage to MC.
Thank you, Mr. Teguh, and thank you to all our esteemed speakers, but please stay with us for the moment. And we would like to request Mr. Panji Irawan, Director of Treasury and International Banking Bank Mandiri, to present a token of appreciation from us to our esteemed speakers. Thank you, Mr. Panji Irawan, Mr. Teguh, and all esteemed speakers. You all may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, there was such a fruitful discussion and surely gives many valuable insights for our audience. And now, gearing up to our next panel, as it has been mentioned previously by our panelists about climate change, now we will listen from financial sector, business player, and also from academia on how the growing concern over climate change and inequality makes the need of ESG data becomes more important. However, the extent to which ESG practice have been adopted by Indonesian corporates, asset management, and investors remain unknown. And at the same time, adopting ESG or internalizing all its factors into business operation create confusion for business as there is complexity on the benchmark, criteria, and ratings. And for the next panel discussion, we will talk about how business should respond ESG, opportunities, and challenges. So we would like to invite the moderator for the host of this discussion, Mr. Andri Asmoro, Executive Director of Mandiri Institute. Mr. Andri Asmoro, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the panel 2, how business should respond to ESG opportunities and challenges. I'm Andreas Moro, the moderator of today's panel. This panel focuses on recent findings on views of Indonesia's corporates, fund managers, and investors on ESG. This especially covers, first, the recent finding on ESG implementation among companies and also investors. Discussion on the future ESG and how businesses draw strategy anticipating some changes in reporting, regulations, and policies. And last, views on ESG opportunities and challenges among key stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2020 coronavirus pandemic has heightened awareness on the importance of sustainability, which has served to accelerate the move toward ESG. More and more investors are looking for changes to invest in sustainable projects or companies that meet required ESG scores. On top of that, the growing concern of climate change and inequalities makes the need of ESG data become more important. However, the extent to which ESG practices have been adopted on Indonesian corporates, asset managements, and also investors remain unknown. At the same time, adopting ESG or internalizing all its factors to business operations creates confusion for business as there is complexity on the benchmark criteria and ratings. To discuss all of the background, without further ado, please allow me to invite on the stage our first panelist, Mr. Yuji Ishii. Mr. Yuji Ishii is the CEO of PT Unicharm Indonesia. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Yuji. And our second panelist, Mrs. Amika Darmawan, Head of Equity BNP Paribas. Silakan, Pak Ibu Amika Darmawan, BNP Paribas. And last but not least, Mr. Andres Mangunsong, our Senior Researcher, Mandiri Institute. Please. How are you? How are you, ladies and gentlemen? So it is a great pleasure to moderate the panel. So I will start the discussion with Pak Andre Simangunsong related to the fact findings from our research in Mandiri Institute. I think I will start with you, Pak Andre. Please, the floor is yours to present what's the fact findings actually, and what's actually the investors need to know about the fact finding from our research. Please, do so.
Thank you, Pak Asmo. Actually, it's a bit weird for me to sit here because the moderator is my boss. And in front of me, there are two board of director of Bank Mandiri. So but it's great pleasure for me to present you about this funding. So my name is Andres Mangunsong. I'm part of the research team. I am writer of this report. So before I start, I would like to thank you to Packard Foundation to support this study, of course, and also IDX for our research collaborators to survey listed companies. But last but not least, thank you for research fellow CSIS team, of course, Mandiri Institute team that help us and work very hard to make this happen. So we can finish on time, we can present here. Thank you very much. So again, good morning, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful day today. So just a little bit about this report. So I think my task here to give you about guidance, how to about this report. How do we read this report? Yes, this is the first comprehensive report about ESG implementation in Indonesia. Yes, this is about the first report try to capture evidence directly by survey from investors, from fund managers, from corporation, Indonesia. So, but the objective actually to see the awareness of ESG implementation in Indonesia. And we find that the level of awareness is quite high, which is, we can conclude, okay, it is necessary for private sectors in Indonesia that okay, we get level of awareness, but of course it's not sufficient for us because we see that, okay, there are a lot of challenges about the data, about the understanding, about, okay, I think Hardik mentioned earlier that there are a lot of ESG ratings and benchmarks to follow. So the question is, which one? I think that's the thing that we should answer in the next couple of years. And I think both regulators and also policymakers, along with private sectors, will reach conclusion on that, especially in Indonesia. So next slide, please. All right, so the report itself, so basically we start with desk research. Of course, the main content of the report is the survey itself. So we try to capture both sides from the investor point of view. So which is we got from 18 fund managers and also 300 individual investors. So in which from the 300, we get like 7% of high net worth individuals, which I think give a different perspective about how they put their money on ESG fund. On the other side, we also capture evidence from corporations. So it means we got two parties. One is 190 listed companies. Thank you for IDX for that. And then the other one is 100 non-listed companies. So the perspective here, we need to know what's different between both. And for 100 non-listed companies, we focus on the 4 priority sectors, which we think will be important for Indonesia in the future. So, which are energy, FMCG, transportation and logistics, and also agriculture. So those 4 sectors, we try to capture all evidence. And then after we survey, we do FGD and in-depth interview. So the objective, of course, we try to dig deeper. Okay, why they answer this? Why they answer, let's say, okay, they prioritize social compared to environmental, or they prioritize governance compared to let's say social. Okay. Next slide. So you'll find in the book, so something like this. We start with about the survey. This is about fund managers. So 18 Indonesian fund managers, that's around, they have like 650 asset under management. So this is about 82% of asset under management in Indonesia. And half of them actually PRI signatories. So we expect that, yeah, 9 out of 18 really understand about the ESG framework, about what to do, and then what they need to adopt to offer to the clients. And then we also interviewed 3 fund managers. 3 of them are from Singapore, just to compare about what's overseas fund managers' perspective with the domestic fund managers. Next one. So this is the key findings from the fund manager survey. So we find that, okay, the level of ESG importance, it's quite high, 7.2, yeah. And of course, 56% believe ESG investment will be a priority for them. But, yeah, there is a but here, and the but here becomes opportunities or can be a challenge both for them or for the policymakers. Yeah, 61% has a big challenge in understanding ESG. Okay. So we find that, okay, some of them just, okay, they adopt some ESG index, yeah, domestic, such as Sri Kahati, yeah, to implement ESG to their investment strategy. But there are like 6 fund managers develop proprietary tools, and they also subscribe third-party data to develop their own tools and analysis. to integrate ESG factors to their investment strategy. So this is some findings that we find interesting because we know that not all fund managers have the same level of ESG understanding. Yeah, but also, well, we can say that this is good or this is not good, this is right or this is not right. But because this is very, I mean, in Indonesia, ESG implementation is still in early stage. So that's why we know that, okay, there are some companies or fund managers, okay, they have resource, they want to do more, they want to spend more effort to understand ESG. And then we find that on your left down, yeah, 64% of fund managers have conducted active ownership. So this is good information. This is quite advanced approach that some of fund managers already try to influence companies or management or their clients just to make sure that, okay, their portfolio actually, or their asset class portfolio, they fill with something like, okay, this is comply with ESG, and they try to influence their client. Okay, next slide. I think I put too many slides, so let's go to slide number 9. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Okay. So this is also snapshot from ESG investing, but this is from retail investors. So we survey about 309 individual investors, and 7% of them actually high net worth individuals. So we define it as, okay, people with investment higher than 10 billion rupiah. So it's about 70,000 USD, I think. Yeah, and most of them, of course, have higher level education. Okay, so next one. Okay, so we find that, okay, the level of ESG understanding, it's like lean towards on environmental. So we see that the issue on, I mean, they're aware on the issue on climate change, air pollution, water management, and yeah, they know the issue about corruption, of course, but you see that it's getting lower. And then we see that in terms of ESG prioritization, we see environmental is their top priority for now and in the future. Okay. But we see that this is important, yeah. And next one, okay, this is quite interesting because we asked the individual investor, will you invest in the future in the next 3 or 5 years horizon? And yes, most of them answer that. So about 60% of individual investors answer that I will invest in ESG funds. Okay. But we develop another questions. What do you think about the future confidence on ESG investment? So they said that most of them, they said that it is important, but not a priority for them to invest in ESG fund. So it means that ESG is in the top of mind individual investor, but the thing is there are other factors become their priority, which is something like a return, or maybe the risk of the ESG fund, or maybe another asset class or non-ESG fund. They will compare that, and so that's why their answer that, okay, it is important but not priority. Next, please. And then we try to make some groupings about, okay, youth investor or investor that's bit older, above 40, and we try to make segregation, to see some contrast between investor that has asset less than 10 billion rupiah and investor that categorized under high net worth individuals. So the conclusion is youth investors and also the investor that has asset less than 10 billion is less concerned about ESG issue. Okay, so maybe because this is the basic characteristic of them, like if you are older, so we assume that you are settled and you have bigger asset fund, so you really concerned about the ESG because you got bigger asset fund that you put in the fund managers. Okay, I think that's all I want to say about the from the investing point of view. Now we go to the corporate point of view. Go slide 13. Okay, so this is a snapshot from the listed companies. So we got a response from 190 listed companies. 22% of financial sectors. And then go to next slide, please. Okay, so basically what we got from the listed and unlisted is the same. So most of them considering ESG in business practice because this is important for them to increase corporate value, also to benefit to the people and environment. So from the management point of view, complying with ESG is not only complying with government checklists. So they know and they understand that if they comply with ESG, if they can put the right data in the report, it could increase corporate value, and it is important for them. Besides, maybe there is a chance also to increase customer base. Okay, next one. So this is the same challenge faced by corporates. So we know that from the fund managers, individual investors, data and information is the main challenge. And we confirm the same challenge from the corporation. Okay. So difficulties in determining ESG criteria and how they define the metric itself, that's the top challenge faced by listed companies. Besides, after that, we see that lack of understanding regarding ESG issue also become the top challenge. But basically, this is why we know that, okay, the awareness is high, but the implementation is on questions. Okay. On questions mean that it's not because they don't want to spend budget or they don't want to spend effort to implement ESG, but they don't know how. The key question is how to implement ESG. So which standard they should follow, or which benchmark, or maybe what kind of third-party data they should subscribe and they should buy, something like that. Next one. And this is the result from company survey. So we also try to capture like, okay, how many of them are the calculate greenhouse gas emission, and we find that, well, majority, well, maybe like this is like half-half. So half of them doesn't calculate greenhouse gas emission, and we try to dig deeper, okay, which scope that they actually calculated. So we got scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Scope 1 is the direct emission resulting from their operation. Scope 2 is emission. This is indirect emission generated from the energy that they buy. And scope 3 is indirect emission related to the supply chain. And most of them that calculate the greenhouse gas said that Okay, scope 1 is the most common greenhouse gas emission that they calculated. So I think this is not surprise for the listed companies, because scope 1 is quite challenging, but it can be done. Okay, scope 2, they rely on the other data such as by PLN or by Pertamina, so they just collect it from them and just to measure like how much energy that they use every year. Okay. So I think I'll go to the last slide, slide 20, please. Yeah. So last thing that I want to mention is about we try to compare the finding between listed and non-listed, just to see what's different, just to make contrasting. So of course, we see that on the level of importance, listed companies said the score is higher than non-listed, so it's not surprise. And 53% compared to 24% of listed and non-listed said that ESG will be a priority. But here is, we also want to know about their view about how do they, I mean, like how many, not how many, but like how much the cost that they should spend just to make sure that the report or the data that they disclose in the sustainability reports is actually verified by third party. And we find that majority of listed company willing to spend like 5 to 20% of financial audit costs to verify their sustainability reports. But for the non-listed companies, majority answer that they don't want to spend any cost for that. I think I'll stop here, Pak Asmo.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Andre, for very insightful result from your Mandiri Institute report. I have 2 points actually that struck me. 61% of the fund manager think that ESG as a challenge as reflected in the implemented in investing strategy, and also 64% of the fund manager have conducted active ownership through multiple channels. So I will hold the question for you, Pak Andre. I will move to Ibu Amika from the fund manager's perspective. How do you see actually the opportunity and also the challenges, yeah, on investing in ESG? Please, Ibu Amika, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the time and opportunity for me to discuss further about how BNP as a global asset management try to integrate their ESG consideration towards the portfolio management, and probably we can also discuss further on the challenges as well going forward. Probably we can go to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this one is just a brief overview of BNP as a global asset manager. As you know that the total AUM of like global BNP is around like 500 billion euros, in which like around like 60% of it is already using ESG integration in terms of conducting our portfolio management. And then we can just go to the next slide. Hereby, we can see that we are already have like quite a long journey on the ESG history, especially once we are signing on the UNPRI in 2006. And then as per 2020, we are as a global funds, we are also already conducting all of like the ESG integrations into our investment process, whereby we have like one specific team based in France that is basically dedicated themselves towards the database on the ESG scoring. So basically we are using some third parties input. However, we only like choose and select some parts of the things that we are finding is very useful for us, and then we normalize it, and then we, based on that, we are going to have like the ESG scoring, and then we are using it for all of our global funds. Based on that approach, we are achieving the highest rating among asset manager for responsible investment strategy. Next slide. This one is just some basic timeline that we had on the global side as well as Indonesia. As I mentioned, on the global side, we are already like signing UNPRI since 2006, and then followed by the Montreal Carbon Pledge on the 2015. For the Indonesia side, actually we already launching some offshore funds that is using Sharia as well as a ESG filter called Chakra Sharia on the 2016. And then on the 2019, we are also establishing our first domestic ESG index fund, which is using Sri Kehati. And then the last part, on the 2020, we are actually launching our second offshore fund, which is called Greater China, is using a similar approach. So it's using Sharia as well as the ESG approach. Next slide. Next slide. In a BNP, we believe that ESG investment is actually a global trend, and it is going to stay for a longer time, because we believe that we already experienced some changes on the climate change, and then we also see some changes also in consumer behavior, as well as changes in the products types that we would like to buy. As well as with the COVID-19, I think it also kind of like enlarged our awareness as well on the climate change, as well as how we need to perceive how the company is strategy going forward as well. Go to the next slide. In here, I would just like to say that for even though Asia market share is still like relatively very small compared to the European, as the European is already like the total AUM based on like the ESG is already like 82%. But we believe that the Asian countries has like a very substantial growth and opportunity in this kind of ESG investment. As you can see here, that there is a lot of many products that is much more focusing on the ESG, as well as a specific commitment from China, Japan, and South Korea towards the net zero as well. So in hindsight, so basically it's also corresponding with the support by the government and regulators as well. Going to the next slide. This one is pretty much quite similar with the previous panel. So in all BNP management, all of our asset class, we are using some exclusion. So basically, we are trying to avoid some contradictory sectors. And then we are also using a ESG integration based on the ESG scores, compiled by our Sustainability Center. And then we also try to be much more proactive in terms of engagement through the companies using proxy votings, as well as some of transfer knowledge here, so that we can also understand better on the best practices that has been done globally towards the locals as well. So we believe that through that kind of good engagement going forward, it's going to be improving on the positive change, specifically for the companies and then the industry going forward. For like going forward, we also there is we are also always try to choose the best in class on the per sector basis, and in terms of like products, we are also trying to be like much more on the thematic side, and we would like to also give some impact towards our investing as well. Go to the next slide. Yeah, in here we just would like to really emphasize for like managing sustainability investment is we cannot like really focus on the performance per se, but we really have to emphasize on the risk-adjusted returns, because like the ESG impact might not be seen on the short term, but is definitely can be seen on the longer term basis. Yeah, basically we would like to also make an impact and capture sustainability opportunities as seen, because like usually people will not see it, that particular opportunities, because probably is like a bit too small or a bit too illiquid or those kind of stuff. So I think those kind of like the areas that we are try to be a pioneer on that front. Going to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this one is basically our investment process that I have highlighted before. As in general, we try to always having like a broad-minded ESG philosophy in terms in our all business segments. And for like the research side, we always we avoid to invest in companies that do not have like ESG scores. So basically, for like companies that is just recently listed, so our ESG champion in the investment side, they will do the preliminary ESG assessment, and then it is going to be submitted to the Sustainability Center so that they can review it, and then they will just flag it whether it is a green category, orange, or red category. So that based on the Sustainability Center feedback, then we can really understand whether it is investable into our stock universe or not. We also, in terms of like the engagement, is quite similar. So basically, we also try to avoid investing in companies that have like relatively weak ESG scoring compared to the peers and the industries. Because what we would like to have is we try to choose the best of the industries. I think on that sense, because we are using that kind of approach, I think it is very important for us to have like a measurable results. Because of that, our KPI is basically much more related towards the performance, as well as the ESG scoring and the carbon footprint compared to the benchmark as well. So it is definitely becoming measurable as well. Yeah. Next slide. This one is some kind of like some of like the examples of like the RBC that we are using. So as you can see here, that we have like some exclusion sectors as well. Although in 2020 we have like a much more focus on the coal sectors and the power generation. We have like some threshold based on the global standard as well. Next slide. Yeah, this one is some of like the data that we are providing into our fun fact sheet. So basically for like the ESG global score is our aim is to have like the higher ESG scoring compared to the benchmark. While for carbon footprint, we aim for like to have like a lower carbon footprint compared to the benchmark. Aside of that, we also giving the clients know about the coverage rate, meaning the percentage of securities that have like the ESG scoring into our database, so that they can understand how complete our processes in when building the portfolio construction. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this one is just a bit of our products. I think BNP is quite a pioneer on this area. So basically, we are launching Chakra Sharia in 2016, as well as a China Equity Sharia on 2020. For the local products, we are currently on still on the index Sri Kehati. Next slide. This one is how we kind of like doing the portfolio construction. So the first one is our stock universe. The global stock universe will be filtered through the Sharia filters using the OJK threshold for the Sharia, and then combining with the BNP AM Sharia list. As you can see here, that the BNP Paribas Sharia list has like a much more stricter, what do you call it, a stricter threshold, for the Sharia filters. And then after that, the next filtering is using the BNP ESG pillars, in which all of those components are our subsectors that we are really focusing on at the current moment. Although it is not closing the mark that we might add like some more additional subsectors for consideration as well. Next slide. For the Indonesia itself, because we would like it to be embedded in our DNA. So basically, we have like ESG champions in different departments. The first one is the ESG champions in the investment team. So they basically, this one is the one that is really responsible to alliance with the Sustainability Center, as well have like a much more active engagement with the companies and sharing their knowledge about like what's the global thing about the threshold, those kind of stuff. So going forward, hopefully it's also giving like a positive feedback. For like the ESG champions on the marketing side, is definitely their responsibility is much more on the education side, especially for like the internal, because we need the internal staff to be a believer of this ESG investment as well. And then the other side is going to be on the external public, while the ESG champion on the sales side is going to be like the pinpoint of our contacts. Next slide. I think in here we just would like to give you an overview how the appetite for like the products that is related to the ESG filters. As you can see here, that is by like up to like for the last like 5 years, the growth of the clients that is eager to take a look of this product is up to like 50%. And we also would like to walk the talk as well. So we separate like some portion of our fee to give like some impact to the societies as well, as there is some kind of like an example. So going to the next slide. I think this one is going to be my closing slide. As in general, we BNP would like to be like the future maker and not the future taker. So by taking consideration to be much more sustainable going forward, we believe that it's going to give a long-term sustainability returns based on the risk-adjusted basis, and is also going to enhance and preserve value for our clients. I think that's going to be the close of my presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Amika. Regarding to the presentation, very insightful. I have several points actually that I like to ask you. For example, about how do you rebalance when we talk about the ESG? We're not only talking about the EE factors, because related to what Pak Andre already mentioned before, that many of the fund managers, for example, only think about the E. So, but you rebalance between the E and also the S and G factors on it. So I will ask about it, but I will hold the question, and I will move to Mr. UGC. Yep, Isi-san, please. What we would like to know actually, what drives PT Unicharm Indonesia being one of the leading in implementing the ESG in the corporate ones. I think it's very unique, related to other companies, especially for the FMCG sector. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Uji-san.
Good morning, selamat siang. I'm UGC PT Unicharm Indonesia TBK President Director from Japan. living in Jakarta totally 12 years. At first, I want to explain about PT Uncam Indonesia TBK. Please, next page.
Next slide, please.
Next slide. PT Uncam Indonesia TBK, we as Porsche and the Norandora, this is our vision of the globally. If I can say that more simply, Nora meaning is we solve the dissatisfaction of the life. And then Dora is we create the new benefit in the life. It is our policy. And we are in the Indonesian history, the 25 years, we established the company in 1997. And then 2019, we became the TBK. And currently, we are employed at 2,500. And then 4 factories, 2 factories in Caravan, and 2 factories in Mojokerto in East Java. And we have the expert in absorbent product, especially the baby care. A brand is Mami Poco. And then sanitary napkins, that brand is Charm. And healthcare, our brand is Refree. And then we have the 11 brands totally, and the 300 SKU. And then annual sales 9 trillion, and 100 distributed in nationwide. And the next page. Next slide. And then we have the ESG concept. However, we think ESG be included to the SDGs. So now we focus to the SDGs. Our corporate slogan is the ethical living for SDGs, promoting the proposal of the lifestyle that incorporates little good things for the planet and the society and into our daily lives. And then we have the special logo, or each character have the meaning. Those are our logo. And so we focus to moving the SDGs. Next page, we explain our activities.
Next slide, please.
Based on our ESG activities, of course, we have the donation and PEFC. It is most important. Actually, we use pulp. This meaning that we broken the forest. So we use only for the forest certifications pulp. This meaning that they plan the recycle of the forest. So we can sustainability of our total forest in the world. And we have the launching and biomaterial products, or we educate about with government separate to the location elementary school in students. And then sometimes we use paper packaging product, and we support in the pink ribbon. Pink ribbon meaning breast cancers. We supported the pink ribbon activities, and we use a solar panel or something. Next page. Yeah, thank you very much. It is our totally ESG and SDGs activities.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yuji. So before I move to Amika and Andre, I will continue the question to Mr. Ishi-san first. Yeah. So Ishi-san, there is a situation when we talk about the company's commitment to the ESGs, that companies have been always under pressure from the investor to implement ESG most of the time. But different investors in different countries have different awareness and concern on ESG. As a global company, yeah, operating in many countries, how do you view this? Yeah. Since implementing ESG will be costly, yeah, in your view, Is it better to integrate ESG practices differently across different countries? What do you think?
Yeah.
Ijisa?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think so. I believe the ESG should be viewed as an opportunity, not an obligation. Because obligation or opportunity completely change our thoughts and actions. One good of the information is McKinsey's reports. 60% Indonesian people said that they are willing to pay a premium for the eco-friendly product. Therefore, I think it's important to gradually promote environmental consideration with a premium range that consumers are willing to pay. In addition, their activities they are not connected to product brands, such as the solar panel, but connected to the corporate brands. So I believe corporate brand will become more important in the future. Therefore, we are starting corporate branding with the slogan of ethical living for SDGs by Original Goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Isan. So I will move to Ibu Amika. That's actually my question before I move to Mr. Isi. So when we're talking about the ESG, many of the investors only think about the E factor, while you present about the ES and also the G factors. So regarding to that situation, in your experience, in 20 years of your experience, do you see a relatively balanced investors in talking about the appetite in E or the ES and also the G factors? How do you see it? What about, for example, when we talk only about the social impact or the impact fund? How do you see it in terms of that?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think in BNP is pretty much is quite what do you call it, diverse. So we are giving quite a similar weightage for like each of the E, S, and G side. So as you know that we are focusing on a specific subsectors, and then they will have their own weighting on that side. That's also the reason why we are always using the particularly as a combination of like the E, S, and G, and then it will translate to decile calculation. So based on that, we are try to remove like the relatively high decile, which is that that's the kind of like the investment that is usually so-called that have like a very weak ESG scoring on 3 aspects. So basically, that's the reason why we would like to do that. And then like I think on the second part, I think having like a much more close engagement with the Sustainability Center is also can give us like some input on the global standard as well, so that we can also educate like the local companies about what kind of the things that is perceived as an importance, so that they can also give us like a much better disclosure going forward. So I think that's a kind of like some of the things that we are as an asset managers can try to do going forward.
So if I may reconfirm again, when one company, for example, only focusing on the ES relatively, for example, in their daily activity, like sort of on supporting the SMEs, for example, do they have different scoring, for example, credit scoring from the investors with the company that really focusing on the E factors on that?
I think that one is going to be, so if that's the case, then that company A is going probably is going to have kind of like a high, kind of like a high scoring on the social side, and then like company B having like kind of like having like the E on the E side. But if let's say like you compiled all of like the E, S, and G based on our calculation weighting, then is probably is going to have like a different numbers as well. And then we are basically from our side, the way that we manage it is we try to having like the best in that particular sectors. So if let's say that particular sector is having like much more focus on the social and then the governance, then the one that we compare is the social and governance numbers rather than like the on the E side. So for like the E side is probably much more related for like the one that is having like probably mining, agriculture, those kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good one and good insight from your answers. Then, now I move to Pak Andre. When we talk about a broader perspective from your survey, what do you think because Ibu Amika already mentioned about based on her experience, 20 years that regarding to the ESG implementation in BNP, for example. So on a broader perspective from the fund managers, how do you see? How do the perspective of the fund manager related on the challenges and for business in Indonesia? So I queried one question to Pak Yuji related to higher costs, and you also mentioned about it, higher reporting costs, for example. So what else? What do you think about the challenges on the fund manager instead?
Yeah, thank you, Pasmo. I think if we can to open the slide again, my slide on the last slide. Yeah, last slide, please. No, last slide. Continue. Yeah, last slide. Yes, okay. So what Isi-san and Amika mentioned about, okay, different companies has a different priority, also about, okay, each fund manager maybe has a different strategy to adopt ESG on their investing strategy. That's also true. So this is what we get from our survey. So on the right side, you can see that. So we ask the company. So this is from the corporate side. Will ESG be important to your company in the future? Okay, and most of them, 4 sectors: agriculture, energy, FMCG, transport and logistics, majority said that it is important but not priority. So this is one of the indication that, okay, as I said, ESG is on the top management levels, but whether it is priority or not, it depends what happen in the near future. So let's say if government can, introduce some incentive or maybe some like, give the push factors for the private sectors, you guys need to implement or you need to focus on E side or maybe S side compared to governance. That could be a different answer, let's say, if we go back to the survey result next year. Okay, but what is more interesting is if you see on the left side, we ask the 4 sectors, which ESG component will your company prioritize in? So this is, we got a different perspective from each sectors. So let's say from the transport logistic and also agriculture, they will prioritize S compared to E and G. So this is, our guess is, this may be because transport, logistic, and also agriculture, they're involving more employee. And also, especially for agriculture, the supply chain involve more SME here. So that's why social factors becomes more priority. compared to social and governance. But if you ask FMCG, the answer is E. I think Unicharm is one of the FMCG, one of the company in FMCG. So you can also see from the ECSAM presentation that they're stressing on environmental, because they use many input source. So making sure that they're in line with the ESG, especially in the environmental factors. This will be important and priority for Unicharm. But we see that energy sectors, they will prioritize both E and G, but we see that actually there are about 30 energy companies in the survey, and 20 of them already calculate greenhouse gas emission. So we can say that energy sectors compared to other sectors is more advanced in ESG implementation. So that's why, because they are in energy and they are like, becomes the focus of the industries, private sectors, they prioritize environmental and G for ESG adoption or implementation.
Yeah. Thank you, Pandre. Well, for the next question, I think we already agree. Yeah, we all agree that the potential of the ESG implementation in Indonesia is so huge. Like what Pak Andre mentioned, that only relatively still minimal companies and many investors involving and interesting in ESG going forward. But they are very interested going forward indeed. My next question to Pak Andre and also Ibu Amika related what else that actually the regulator should support the financial sectors and also the real sectors to gaining a bigger traction going forward, so that ESG can growing faster in Indonesia going forward. Maybe Bu Amika first, related to the fund managers.
Okay, I think from my side, from my experience, the one that is making us difficult to implement, to compare from one companies towards the other companies, even though within similar sectors, is basically the disclosure. And then, so basically what we need is kind of like a standardized components that is, can be given towards like specific sectors, so that that's the things that we can monitor as well. And then probably aside of that, we also need to kind of like giving some guidance as well, whether this, because like at the moment we are kind of like having like difficulties, like this company is adding, let's say, for an example, so we have like a monitoring like carbon emissions for this particular company A, and strangely speaking, we see like a very significant difference on the carbon emissions compared to the company B. So I think even though they are within the same sector, so I think from that angle, it seems like the perceptions of like the numbers of each companies is different. So I think that's the things that we need to clear out first. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Andre. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you, Basmo. I agree with Amika on well, we need to be focused on standardization. But yeah, on top of that, I think, well, we know that OJK already released about first Indonesian green taxonomy, which is good thing. Yeah, and our survey also confirmed that, okay, there are different level adoption, different level understanding from fund managers, from corporate. We got a different level of understanding and prioritization for four sectors. So this is very important to be noted for the government and policymakers. So basically, what we hope from this study is It's not only providing initial evidence or data for private sectors or regulators, but this could be a foundation of ESG implementation in Indonesia in terms of, okay, we got the baseline, so what needs to be done to accelerate ESG implementation? So I think from this data, we know that it's not easy to implement ESG. It's not easy to give guidance or to set some rules for all sectors for ESG, let's say, criteria and benchmark in Indonesia. So it is important to make some prioritization in terms of sector. So that's why here we try to focus on 4 sectors: agriculture, energy, FMCG, transport, and logistics. Those sectors we think that it's a key sectors to implement ESG. So we also hope that from the government or regulators, Indonesian green taxonomy is a good thing, is a good starting point for us. But for the next term, if we can set up like a more detailed metrics criteria on, let's say, specific sectors, let's say 2 or 3 sectors, including financial sectors, that will be very helpful for them to accelerate ESG adoption.
Thank you, Pak Andre. Well, actually, I still have many questions, but unfortunately, we only have a limited time. But I still have one last question for Mr. UGC regarding to how to strike the balance between your thinking about. But we are amazed with your commitment on the implementing the ESG. But many questions about how do you strike the balance between thinking about the growth, profit growth, and also at the same time creating a greater implementation of the ESG. How do you see that?
Okay. Can I use translator? まず我々のインダストリーとか産業が ESG にちゃんと取り組もうとすると本当にハイコストにまずなります。
First of all, in our part of industry, if we really want to be serious about ESG, it will be high cost.
マテリアルもそうですし、すべてにおいてですね、いろんなコストがかかってきてしまいます。
Not just the material, but all of overall costs will be higher.
ですから、まず一番大事なことは、この ESG に取り組んでいることで、プレミアムを取らせてもらえる環境を国として作っていくことが非常に重要じゃないかと思います。
That's why I think it is very important if we want to have ESG activities to make it in the premium section, to giving away for the premium section category.
例えばですけども、日本で言えば小学校もう3年生ぐらいですね、10歳ぐらいで SDGs と言葉の認知は 100% になっています。
For example, in Japan, in elementary school students already have like 100% awareness about SDGs.
要するにその SDGs、ESG というものが重要で、それを取り組むことが地球にとって人類にとっていいことだということを子どもたちに教えることによってですね、プレミアムを取りやすい環境にしています。
So, if we make it the children understand that SDGs and ESGs are very important things that will be good for our environment, then it will be easier for them to get to the premium section.
まずそういうことが取り組むことが重要ですし、我々民間もですね、例えばですけども6月5日に世界環境デーというのがあります。こういうところで各メーカーがカテゴリー問わずエコフレンドリーな商品を出していくことによって、しかもプレミアムで出すことによってどんどん世の中が変わっていくんじゃないか、インドネシアの消費者が変わっていくんじゃないかと思います。
So first, it is important to have that kind of awareness, to spread that kind of awareness. And then for us, private sector companies, for example, every year we have World Environment Day. So for example, we can have that moment of World Environment Day where each companies, regardless of the category, regardless of the industry, for example, they will launch a product, a premium product that is in line with the World Environment Day. I think if we create that kind of environment, it would be very good for Indonesia.
まあ我々の例で恐縮ですけども、2021年は紙パッケージのナプキンとマスクを出して、22年にはバイオマテリアルのナプキンをその6月5日の世界環境デーに合わせて、発売しました。
In our companies itself, in 2021, for World Environment Day, we launched a limited edition for a 100% recycled paper package for our products. And then in 2022, we released the biomaterial, the package that is using biomaterial for our sanitary napkin product.
機能は一緒なんですけども、環境価値を付加して 15% プライスアップして発売しましたけれども、かなり売れまして、売上の 10% ぐらいがその環境フレンドリーな商品となりました。
The default, like the basic of the product is the same, but by using more environmental friendly material, we can get that value added things, and then we can have the price 15% higher, and that's actually quite good sales, which contribute about 10% in EC sales.
でその商品を知っている方はですね、我々のトータルブランドのチャームに対しても先進的だとか高品質だとかっていうイメージを持ってくれることも分かりましたので、確実にこのインドネシアでもこの ESG に取り組んだ商品がプレミアムが取れるということが検証されたと思っています。
And the consumer who recognize that product, our environmental friendly product, they have an image of advanced and high quality for our brand, Charm, our sanitary napkin brand. That's why by having those kind of environmentally friendly product, the effect for the brand also has already been proven.
Yeah. ただまあ我々一社でもやっててもしょうがないんで、やはり政府ですとか小売業、いろんなマニファクチャーみんなでですね、1年に1回ぐらいイベント的にしながら環境問題に取り組んだ商品をですね、環境フレンドリーな商品を出していくことによってインドネシアはもっともっと良くなるんじゃないかというふうに感じています。
But of course, if only our company, if only one company does that, there won't be such a big impact. So it will be better if the government and the retail side and also other manufacturing companies use that kind of once per year moment timing to have those kind of environmentally friendly products launching or environmentally friendly related things. I think that will be very good for Indonesia.
Yeah, very much. Thank you, Mr. UGC. I think it comes to the end of the panel session. I think the answer from Mr. UG already conclude that doing thing only from the one company is not enough. We still see many opportunities, but it should be spiraling. Yeah. Interesting points from Mr. UG is that even though they sell the premium product, but many of the products is actually one of the top of mind in customers. Yeah, for example, the diapers one. Yeah, it's very famous in Indonesia. I think thanks to Mr. Iji, Ibu Amika, and also Pak Andre, I think we come to the end of the panel. Thank you also for all the participants. Yeah, we give the round of applause for all the three panelists. And we come to the conclusion actually that the opportunities is there, but the challenges are there also. And the quote from Mr. UG as well, even though we sell the premium product, but if we get a better value, yeah, it will give a good impact for the company. Yeah. Thank you once again. hand it back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andreas Moro, and all the esteemed speakers. But please stay with us for a moment. We would like to request Mr. Ahmad Siddiq Badruddin, Director of Risk Management Bank Mandiri, to present a token of appreciation from us to our esteemed speakers. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Siddiq Badruddin and all the esteemed speakers. You may return to your seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just had two very interesting panel discussions about ESG. And now, before we conclude today's seminar, we would like to call upon our esteemed host, Mr. Panji Irawan, Director of Treasury and International Banking Bank Mandiri, to come to the stage to give the closing remarks. Mr. Panji Irawan, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dari. Thank you, MC Tari. So, excellent speakers, Mr. Yuji-san, Ibu Anika, also Mr. Hardiksa, also Pak Siddiq Badruddin. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants both offline at the Plaza Mandiri as well as online at the Zoom. We have now come to the end of what has been very inspiring Mandiri Sustainability Forum, whose main theme is Industry for Tomorrow. Please allow me again to thank all distinguished participants who have joined this event. Today, we have witnessed outstanding presentation and discussion from our distinguished speakers and panelists, and there have been incredibly productive discussion concerning ESG global trend, more specifically on what is the future directions of reporting standard up to what are the challenges and opportunities faced by the businesses. In concluding this fruitful discussion, I would like to briefly highlight what we have discussed today. We started the day with the future of ESG global trend and future direction of reporting standard. In this panel, we learned that changing priorities from climate issues to affordable energy appear, forcing ESG advocates, both investors and regulators, to rethinking new investing strategies. The war between Russia and Ukraine has shifted the issue from sustainability to energy security. Despite the dynamic due to the war, ESG already has gained traction and transformed into mainstream business practices. Indeed, on the regulatory side, there have been concerted efforts from regulators and global standard setters to launch ESG reporting standards, as majority of global institutions and standard board moving toward unified standards, as majority of global institutions and standard board moving toward unified sustainability standard and comprehensive corporate reporting. Private sector in Indonesia should be aware with the recent updates on sustainability reporting. That implies that domestic corporations should start to anticipate and evaluate some sustainability criteria and indicators could be used in sustainability report in the future. We continue to kick off the second panel with ESG implementation adopted by Indonesian corporates. In this panel, we heard about practices and future directions of sustainable operation. We also heard Mandiri Institute research on ESG implementation in Indonesia. From this research, we could hear voices from fund managers, retail investors, and corporate in Indonesia. Here's some of my notes. On the listed company, average score of 7.7, comparing to the non-listed company, which is 7.0, of ESG importance. And then on the listed company, 50% believes in ESG business practices and will be a priority. And on the fund managers, average scores of 7.2 in ESG important, and then 78% offered ESG fund, 64% active ownership, and will increase the adoption. And here about the retail investors. Average scores of 7.5 of ESG importance, and then 26% have invested in ESG products, and 41% believe ESG investment will be a priority. From the panel, we also learned on how business should anticipate future changes on reporting, regulation, and policies related to sustainability. Although we discussed on challenges, we also heard significant opportunities that Indonesia can get by implementing ESG. Another aspect we should consider is the environmental impact of digitalization. I will give you Bank Mandiri experience. In addition to sustainable portfolio that Bank Mandiri now have, around 24.4% or around 221 trillion of total portfolio, Bank Mandiri note that digitalization has changed our clients' banking behavior. As Bank Mandiri introduced super application Livin and Kopra, Bank Mandiri has shifted clients' banking behavior from visiting branches to mobile banking. In 2004, 42.4% of Bank Mandiri's transactions were conducted in branches. By 2022, which is this year, the branches transaction account only 4%. So that means around 38% decreasing. The lower transaction conducted in branches mean that fewer clients spend traveling to branches. This would mean that lower traffic and lower carbon footprint. This suggests that the impact of digitalization is not only we use less paper, but also we travel less, which all of them lead to lower carbon footprint. Bank Mandiri estimating that 30% of carbon dioxide reduction, and it is around 63.3 thousand tons of carbon dioxide reduction. Again, we would like to convey our gratitude to all parties that have been involved and are supporting us, including all the distinguished speakers and panelists. Lastly, we hope you enjoy the Mandiri Sustainability Forum 2022 and gain many valuable insights, trend, data, knowledge, up-to-date framework on ESG, and that will be beneficial to your business and investment decision. So, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you all to stay safe and healthy. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Panji Irawan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of this event. We sincerely hope that this event is fruitful and give you many valuable insights. We also believe that today's event is the remark of Bank Mandiri's significant commitment and continuous effort towards ESG implementation in Indonesia. And to obtain Mandiri Institute research report on ESG and presentation materials, please visit www.msf2022.com. And on behalf of Mandiri Sustainability Forum Committee, I, Cintari Kartika, would like to thank all the Board of Director and Board of Commissioner of Bank Mandiri, including Bapak Andrinov Chaniago, Deputy Commissioner of Bank Mandiri, who has been joining this event. And also, we would like to thank all our distinguished guests for the participation throughout the day. And lastly, stay safe and stay healthy. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What is our future going to look like? Are we part of it? Are we part of the change that is going to lead us to efficiency and free us from all the obstacles? For any possibilities in the future, Mandiri is here for you. By transforming into digital banking to offer you more comprehensive services, we present you Livin by Mandiri. Super apps with complete banking services all in your hand that make your transactions faster and easier. We are integrated, so we can offer you services at any time and anywhere. We didn't stop here. Mandiri presents you Cobra by Mandiri. A super platform that can fill your business needs with one access. We are ready to help you make sure of your business growth and financial management with a reliable platform. We see your needs to get connected and hold the control. Copra and Livin is our innovation for the nation to bring you to the future of digital banking. Now it's your time to transform with Mandiri.
After the unprecedented contraction due to the pandemic, the global economy has been on firmer footing, and the recovery path shall continue moving forward. 2022 will be the year of optimism and opportunity, unleashing the potential for businesses and investments to thrive. The worst is over for Indonesia's economy, as the country has managed to overcome the second COVID-19 wave surge, along with accelerating vaccinations. The most recent economic indicators suggest Indonesia to catch up on growth. The consumer spending engine has returned to high gear, and the manufacturing activity is enjoying a revival. Investment is expected to keep rising amid these improving economic prospects, promising lucrative and competitive returns. The government is pledged to continue to spur growth in 2022 through the economic reforms. fiscal policy remains upholding economic recovery, and fiscal consolidation agenda will be carried out in comprehensive and measurable manner. Bank Indonesia commits to direct monetary stance to safeguard financial system stability and make the most of macro-prudential instruments to keep fostering the upbeat economic outlook. To promote more sustainable growth, Indonesia pledges to speed up digitalization and reduce the carbon contents of its economy. Creating favorable digital ecosystem will allow digital economy to advance, increasing Indonesia's connectivity, competitiveness, and growth. Accelerating the move towards ESG will also open vast potentials from fairer and greener economy. Those attempts, along with Indonesia's strategic position as the G20 presidency, will provide remarkable investment opportunities for those who are ready to seize the promise upon Indonesia's future economy. 2022 Mandiri Investment Forum, co-hosted by Bank Mandiri and Mandiri Securitas, and supported by the Ministry of Investment, aims to comprehend economic and business strategies amid Indonesia's accelerating recovery cycle. The forum will emphasize on the strategies to balance stability and growth through economic reforms, and the prospects of digitalization and ESG in attaining sustainable growth. The forum will prepare Indonesia for recapturing the growth momentum. True to our vision, to be your preferred financial partner, Bank Mandiri, as one of Indonesia's foremost financial institutions, is always present with various financial products and services from end to end. We seamlessly integrate our financial products and services into our customers' lives by delivering simple, fast digital banking solutions, present among people and partnering with businesses, from large corporations to small and micro enterprises throughout Indonesia and abroad, and always ready to support the government's policies, programs, and agendas. From the very beginning, Bank Mandiri has given research and innovation an essential role in materializing its vision. With a strong commitment to research, Bank Mandiri's research group, or more widely known as the Office of Chief Economist Group, is currently the biggest economic research group in Indonesia's banking industry. In this group, we have a comprehensive research scope in economics, finances, industries, regionals, and other strategic issues. Our macroeconomy reviews have given comprehensive insights regarding the latest national and global economic developments and their future directions. And as part of Bank Mandiri's commitment to supporting the national economic development, we also conduct thorough reviews on all the industries to support business decision-making concerning the financing of various economic sectors, and monitor the regional development and potentials throughout Indonesia via our sectoral and regional research. To contribute further and have even more positive impact on the nation, Bank Mandiri has established the Mandiri Institute, which is part of Bank Mandiri's research group. Over time, we keep innovating our research to meet various challenges and hurdles. And one of such biggest hurdle is the COVID-19 pandemic that has been going on for 2 years. As the pandemic progresses, we developed an indicator to monitor the current economic developments among the people, namely Mandiri Spending Index, or MSI, by gathering and analyzing high-frequency data related to people spending. Monitoring the people's spending is crucial, as more than half of Indonesia's economy is on the back of the people's consumption. Observing the spending dynamics through Mandiri Spending Index also gives us perspective about the different paces of economic recovery between regions. Equipped with our various and comprehensive economic research, we keep endeavoring to contribute to various stakeholders, the people, the businesses, and the government, to unlock Indonesia's potentials by creating significant value and real impacts for stakeholders, as always embedded in every Mandirian spirit to keep striving for prospering the country.